Wahoo! It's Ace Attorney Investigations 2 finale time! Yay, yay, yippee, yay! Quite worryingly, the music has been stuttering today. This is not a normal thing that happens. So hopefully it's nothing. And it's just my computer deciding to scare me a little for fun. Hopefully it's nothing. My setup has been screaming at me a little bit recently. Hopefully it's nothing. Also, if you can't tell, I had to, the CSS for my funky little plum blossom jars broke like last week, and I don't want to have to look up the 2 million tutorials I used to like try and absolutely break the CSS to make the visuals work. So I'm just going to say that somebody drank the water from the plum blossom jars, and that's why they're empty. The numbers on the counter still work though. So it's okay. You're just gonna have to use your imagination to water the plants, as it were. I need to plug my phone in. It's a little important. Hold on. I also very confidently said finale. I don't think there's a lot of game left. I'm pretty sure it's a fairly short. Like, the parts that are long are that there's a lot of dialogue. I don't think there's long arguments as much this time, but I can't remember. Also, there was a consideration briefly that I didn't confirm because I had a feeling I wouldn't do it. There was a brief consideration where I would wear my Edgeworth cosplay. I don't know where my cravat is. It's part of it. It's also definitely too warm in my room, so I didn't want to wear a 3-piece suit and a wig and a full face of makeup. But most importantly, I don't know where my cravat is. It is possible that it is just like buried under piles of fabric right now. I bought 2 big giant containers, like the kinds that are meant for under bed storage, like to put clothes in and stuff. I have 2 of those under my bed, like full of fabric already. And I was like, I have room to put at least 2 more down here. So I did. And it hopefully will be able to hold all my fabric that wasn't like in proper storage. I have things kind of just like dumped into piles. Like they're technically in organizers, but they're not organized enough. So hopefully this will clear out some of my fabric stash. The real answer is I need to like lock in and make a bunch of cosplays that I've just been sort of like sitting on for a while. There's one I'd like to sort of get started for next month is the Great Ace Attorney anniversary. And so I have like one thing I would like to do. It's very early in the month, so I need to get started on it if I do end up doing it, but much to think about. Much to think about. If not, I'll definitely bring back like Susato or something and try to make something for it, because it's my favorite game. It's my favorite game, and it's the 10-year anniversary, and it's very, very important. And I really hope they release something for it. I really hope Capcom does something. Even if it's just like a piece of artwork, that would be like, I would love some sort of acknowledgement. I will operate on crumbs for DGS. All right. Speaking of it being warm, it's luckily not like too blisteringly hot. But like I should put my hair up. You're gonna have to take my word for it because I am a marketable little chibi today. But like I should put my hair up. I didn't have the time to rig it in such a way that Kazuma Asogi time is automated on this model yet. It's literally just I need to sit down and do it. It won't take that long to configure. So currently that's only for Yakuza 0 for Disco Queen Tri-Fairy. And when I switch models, which should be coming up very soon, and by very soon I mean literally next week, I'm pretty sure, unless you know, some other plans come up. I should be doing a funky little celebration next week. I'm also, speaking of the Great Ace Attorney, planning on after finishing this game, starting the Great Ace Attorney, because holy shit, is it about time that I have that I streamed it on my own channel. For folks who are unaware, I have streamed the Great Ace Attorney in entirety on 2 channels that were not my own. I streamed it with Max and with Kate on their respective Twitch channels. They should both be in my recommended streamers section. But I was like, it's about time that I need to pay my dues to this game. Literally my favorite piece of media on the planet. I should stream it on my own channel. And for people who enjoy seeing me as a marketable little doodle yap endlessly about lawyer games, I do want to try and make it a bit of an analysis and just long form yapping type of stream. I've invited on a ton of people, a really huge team of people actually, to sort of work as a rotating cast for each case, and hopefully there will be some room to sort of explore a bit more of the themes of the Great Ace Attorney. I'm basically I want to form it like a book club where at the end of each case there will be just sort of a analysis section on each individual case. And I'm still debating on how I want that to be formatted. I still have yet to decide. But luckily some of the people that I've invited on to do this big giant collaborative thing seem enthusiastic about yapping about DGS for a very long time. And everybody knows I can do that forever. I do it on these streams sometimes. Okay. I have had enough water, probably. I've been yapping enough about not Ace Attorney investigations too. Let's fucking go. The Mastermind's true face. I also don't have a guide pulled up for this section, but I should be fine. It's I remember generally how things went. Oof. April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Very big circus, big top. Yay!
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Barry. Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great! You're going to have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint. You took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof. Which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever, ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon,
You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
Objection!
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weakness and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to do. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Yeah! Yeah!
Oh, okay.
I forgot he had the whole... Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth, lies, what does it matter?
Huh?
All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay.
Teehee!
I love Simeon. This, like, that scene would go so hard in, like, the Ace Attorney stage play format. Like, I can see in my mind's eye Takuma Wada doing that. Like, peak theatrical Edgeworth. It's really good. It's really good. Also, I wanted to say this the whole time they were talking, but I really like that this sort of turns the, like, believing in people is always good thing on its head, in a different way than, like, I think the Great Ace Attorney does a really good job of, a person that you trusted and a person that you believed in has done something horrible and you have to reconcile with that. Like, I really like that. I think Ace Attorney 3 does a really good job of that too. But I think it was really good having it just be a manipulator this time. I feel like this could have happened with Callisto U a little bit more. If investigations wanted to be so fun and cool about it. Like, in my head, I parallel Sheena with like Dahlia Hawthorne. It's just that Long isn't a character that we know nearly as personally as Phoenix. So we don't really get a lot of time to, like, deal with that. But I love an Ace Attorney when trust is betrayed. In this specific instance, I really like that it was like, oh, this was, like, too gentle and kind of a soul. And it genuinely isn't immediately obvious that, like, Simeon is the manipulator. Good shit, good shit. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. Miles is crazy. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Ms. Berry?
Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. Also, design-wise, I love this transition into this sprite from, do we have his old portrait here? Oh, we don't anymore. I love how, like, feasible the like transition is. That reminds me, I could not name the cosplayer off of the top of my head. There was a cosplayer I saw who cosplayed, I never remember if it's Eenie or Mimi Miney. But the point is the one that you interact with in Justice for All. And they did their makeup in such a way that they could flip between the, like, their eyes would be closed and they would have the, like, happy-go-lucky sprite. And when they opened their eyes, they had, like, very clearly sharp eyeliner. And so they could really easily do, like, the more, like, sinister expression. It was so good. I'd have to, like, go digging for it on TikTok. But if I find it sometime, I will, like... try and tell people about it, but, like, it was so cool. It was so cool. And I love things like that where it's like there's no, like, the easy thing to do there, like if you're, I don't know, filming a TikTok would be to like cut away and just switch your makeup, and that'd be totally fine. Or like in this case, to give him like a completely new design, but all he's done is change his clothes and his expression, and immediately like the personality change is obvious. It's very good. Okay, I just want to press everything because I want to listen to him talk. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off to the ground. What? Oh, get off of the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I'd better keep that in mind. All right.
Hold it!
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question, or are you trying to avoid this one too? Oh, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it just because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last. And the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So he means to insist that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip there than you realized, Mr. Saint. Are you done? All right, as I was saying. I don't remember what any of our evidence is. Truck. Where is the... Oh god, is this it? Blue truck?
Objection!
Yep. This truck. It wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance? Huh? So what if it is? I also just... Sorry, I just really like the chipmunks. It's very funny. They're doing a little flip. They're so whimsical. It's very funny. I don't know if I read that. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Ooh. Long and Emma! Agent Long. Emma, that's what I said.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. At last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
Okay, you have a voice. What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection!
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way. You can tell just from that?
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Well, now that Emma is here, metal detector would be real funny. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints.
Huh? Why would you want to do that?
Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. We're pulling a stolen turnabout again, and if I do, that will prove beyond a doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw?
Miles Edgeworth's.
Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
That's why I'm here. One moment, please. All ready. Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh? Me?
Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
It's because you're the player character, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm what?
So just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Like this.
Moving the cursor around and pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder. Yay!
It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess.
Blow it away?
Yeah, with your mouth. Ah, like that.
Blowing with the T button.
Okay. All right, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real. That fan art of Apollo imagining Phoenix and Emma doing coke.
I'm adding. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
I will.
Oh, it's a...
Wait. What? Oh, I actually have to click to move it. What? In that case, I'm just gonna click. I am putting powder everywhere because it's fun and the little animation is cute.
Heh. Go crazy, go stupid,
I am gonna go crazy, go stupid. Is this unnecessary? Yes. Is it very fun? Yeah.
I think you got it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay.
Yippee! That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there.
Not as satisfying on the DS as on the DS. Yeah. I miss the like you can blow into the microphone thing like a lot. Oh, like another fun thing that I didn't realize until I played, I think, Apollo Justice on the DS, because I played I was playing everything on the Switch. Like, I played the original trilogy on the Switch, and then I got Apollo Justice on the DS, like, after I had played it emulated, and, like, I didn't realize that one of the options you can do, and this is, like, so obnoxious, and they should not have done this for the sake of parents everywhere, instead of, like, hitting, like... to object, you could have yelled objection into your microphone. Which is like a really bad idea, but it's really funny. Like only for the sake of like, I know kids are being nuisances with that, but like, I think it's funny. It's funny. Like I didn't realize that was an option because I think I scrolled like, I don't remember what the exact command for it was, but I think you had to like drag something down. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the actual word either. It can be anything with the right cadence. It's probably just if you like yell in the mic, it's fine. Or like if you blow in the mic, it's fine because it's just gonna like hit the volume threshold. I doubt it was even the right cadence. Like I'm thinking like those password diaries that kids used to have. I used to have one of those too. I had the Littlest Pet Shop one that had the little guard dog in it. Where like if anything's like vaguely right, it'll work. hold down X and it'll work. Yeah. I assume it like is simple enough that it was just like any microphone input that was like above a certain decibel. Not even like a certain decibel, but like, I don't think it was very precise is what I'm saying. Yeah, I like, cause I never hold down X on an emulator because why would I? Versus like with an actual physical DS, I'm like fidgeting with it, right? And you could just scream into your microphone and it will yell objection for you, which is very cute. And I do miss that so badly. I think like a Switch has a microphone on it, right? But it's not as fun. There's also the Animal Crossing has a really fun feature in New Leaf where so if you have your villagers like walking around in Animal Crossing, there's an item you can buy in the game called a megaphone. It's called that because it is a megaphone, and you use it to locate your villagers if you can't find them. So if you're standing in town and you like my favorite Animal Crossing villager is Midge. So let's say I'm looking for Midge. I can hold up the microphone and I could like, I think select from a drop-down menu. Oh, I want to find Midge. And then the animal villager will yell, oh, I'm over here. And then like, it's a proximity thing where their little like speech bubble will get larger the closer you are to them. And you could like say the character's name and it would work. It was really cool. It worked pretty accurately too. Which is like good because like back in my day as a child who often had voice activated like toys and video games and whatnot, they weren't good. Like voice activated stuff was never that accurate. So I was very, very impressed when New Leaf was like actually able to do it. Nintendogs never worked as well as you'd wanted to. Yeah. Nintendogs. So I wasn't a Nintendogs kid. I was a Imagine Pets Dogs kid. Did Nintendogs do a thing where it let you, I'm assuming it would let you like either name the dogs and then call them and it would only sort of work, or like there would be default names and you could call them and it would only sort of work. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, if you like have a text input and you have a voice input, there's like two places that it could get wrong. You can name them anything, yeah. The other thing is like, I don't think a lot of people realize that Animalese in Animal Crossing is like, at least in the English version of it, it is like sped up English for the most part. Or like in certain instances, like names. So if you listen very closely, at least in New Leaf, the Animalese, like they will say your name. Obviously it's, you know, limited to what sounds are in the game and what it chooses to interpret the sounds of your name as. But like I have a pretty normal name, so mine was like fine. Like when you're typing on screen, they say the letters loud. Exactly. Yeah, I have a pretty normal name. So like my Animal Crossing villagers can all say Julie very like without issue. But I imagine if you have a name that is like slightly, like there's two different pronunciations that could be viable, or like you have a longer name, or like any particularly not like common name, you're a little screwed. But it's still cute that they would do that, and with Animalese at least, because it's sped up and like a little like, the expectation isn't like perfect pronunciation, so you can probably like approximate that it sounds like your name a little bit easier. Yep, leave it to me. Oh boy. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. Ugh.
No, let go of the bunnies.
So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around for fun, you know?
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. Abduction? I love that song from Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812. Anyway. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
I really like Simeon's voice, actually. Wait, hold on. I want to look up who voices him. It's probably not going to be somebody I recognize, but I'm curious anyway. Like, the only voice actor I think I recognized from, I think the only Yakuza voice actor that I recognized from, like, through association was Indigo. Jovette Rivera. Who's Jovette Rivera? Jovette Rivera is an American multi-platinum selling music producer and composer and co-founder of Royal Kingdom Music. Holy shit, wait, hold on. Do I know any of your songs, man? What the hell? Okay, I don't think I know any of his music, but that's cool. That's bonkers. Anyway. I'm so sorry I streamed Yakuza when you were touching grass, by the way. I said I was touching grass. I was watching One Piece. for a friend's birthday party, but I was watching One Piece. I lied. I wasn't touching grass at all. Adore that the big chungus girl is Eustace. Exactly. I was watching, it was Baby's first One Piece, actually. I've never watched, I've never sat down to watch an episode of One Piece before. And I still haven't. We were watching Film Red, which is, like, it functions standalone if you haven't watched One Piece. I have, like, some understanding of the characters. I do need to start it, because I don't know if the general public knows. The friend whose birthday it was, we made a deal, and the deal was, if he finishes Ace Attorney, I have to start One Piece. And people are always like, why would you make that deal? The deal was that I start One Piece. The deal was not that I had to finish One Piece. It was that I had to start One Piece, that I had to give it a chance. And that's why I took the deal. And the deal, like, went way better in my favor than I thought, because I was like, this friend might mildly enjoy Ace Attorney, and it turns out that he's a very big fan of the Great Ace Attorney, so this worked out. I do have to start One Piece, though, and my friends keep, the mangaka hasn't even finished One Piece. The thing, though, is that my friends keep threateningly sending me images of Dracula Mihawk. I'm in danger. Mangaka hasn't even finished One Piece. I can't say that, though, because one of my favorite anime manga ever is Nana. The mangaka hasn't even finished Nana. I'm playing Yakuza 0 Director's Cut in English because I thought it would be funnier if I did. Okay, listen, the English dub is, like, good, though. Like, I think there are parts of the Yakuza series that the dub is, like, better. Like, I think Pirate Yakuza is probably, like, the best that the dub has been. Because I'm guessing, and I don't mean this to, like, insult Director's Cut in any way, but I assume Director's Cut was a lower priority than, you know, an entire game release. This is just a couple of added scenes, and in fairness, an entire English dub, which is, like, a crazy amount of work. But there's, like, a couple, yeah, the lip syncing is great, but the expressiveness at the top half of their faces is off, yeah. And there's some places that they don't do the lip syncing, which is, like, fair. There's also a couple places where it's like, oh, a couple of the Japanese voices were left in cutscenes and, like, in dialogue moments. And they did that in earlier parts of the series too, but it was like a lower ratio of original voice lines left in. It's a little uncanny. But I really like the Director's Cut dub, like, a lot. Obviously, everybody's, like, giving Matthew Mercer his flowers, as it were. He sounds great as Majima. He's been great as Majima. We knew this. He does really good in Pirate Yakuza. If you haven't seen Pirate Yakuza in English. Keiji Tang is absolutely nailing it, because of course he is. I also like Kiryu's voice actor more than I have in previous titles. People are very, very critical of his performance in general, but I liked his in this one. The other thing that I'm, like, slightly disappointed in, and I know this is so not a priority, is that with the exception of one song, the English karaoke is, like, not as good as the Pirate Yakuza English karaoke. I have no qualms with Kiryu's voice. Yeah. I think people are critical of it largely in part that doesn't really match his Japanese voice, but I don't think that's a marker of a good or a bad performance. People differ on that opinion, though. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I do think this is a pretty common sentiment. I think he fits better for a younger Kiryu than an older one, and we've kind of only seen Kiryu dubbed in like his 50s. I think maybe in like Gaiden he was 40 something. I don't remember exactly what year that takes place, but like Kiryu is 55 years old right now. And some people are like, he sounds a little bit better when he's a 20-year-old Kiryu, and I think that's fair to say. There's also, you know, more going on behind the scenes than I know about. I'm not a voice actor. I don't know how the like professional end of things works, but yeah, I think overall though, director's cut, like it was a lower priority to RGG than Stranger Than Heaven that they just released, or not released, announced, which looks so good and I'm so excited for it, and Pirate Yakuza, which also came out this year, which is a crazy amount of, it is such a crazy amount of stuff that they have released that on my Summer Games Fest bingo, I wrote as a joke, RGG announces something new, please slow down. And then they announced a new IP. Anyway, we're playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Anyway, if you have the VOD for that, I will go back and watch it because I'm very interested to see like your takes on it. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of two separate abductions simply by chance. Just be honest, you were involved in both. The other thing being, I'm so brain rotted about Yakuza 0 now that I'm looking at his bangs and being like, oh, he has the Nishiki bangs. It's on your YouTube, yay! Okay, I will go watch that when I have a chance. What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? I don't remember, dude. Oh, the drugs. Probably put it on in the background because I don't always have a lot to say. It's mostly just taking it in. To be fair, I like in the past week or so, as people have been uploading director's cut stuff, I've been like slowly rewatching it. So it is like solid background noise for me until Kate joins like 2.5 hours in and then we have fun. Nice. Where are the drugs? The drugs, the
Take
drugs.
that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative. And a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Dual Destiny's reference.
I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. Ugh. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. This brand of sedative shows up in Dual Destiny, so they had to make sure the localization matched in reverse. That's very funny. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great, well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Yay! Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? Money and Tibetam should be puppeted by someone dressed up as Simeon. You're so right. Also, on that note, hey, you guys should check out Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical and Turnabout Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical. I'm in both of them, but like I'm in the first one is a lot of heart, and in the second one, I am a barbershop clown. You get to find out what that means if you listen to the musical. I'm in both of them, but the point right now is that very big circus. What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Oh, I thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Great Thief magic. Crazy that Big Top is so important to the lore of the entire franchise that it's the setting of the finale of what is often called the best game in the series, literally.
You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes.
That in the milk crates and bridge, yeah. Objection. What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. I can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. I mean, I would worry about it now, but sure, Edgeworth. That's such an Edgeworth thing to say. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he is our mastermind? Tim in Investigations 1-5, yeah. Hee hee. Of course. Canis was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. And now I've had to say that in Edgeworth's voice. But I have to say it again. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps. But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? The? Unless the... Oh, wait, shit. Hold on, what is... Fuck. I don't like how this sentence is phrased because it's him, and I don't know if we mean him Canis or him Saint. It's one of those things again where like I know how things are connected. Knight and Canis. I feel like it's one of these two, but I can't remember entirely.
Take that!
Fuck. This is it. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're involved in this case. Okay, so it's him, Saint. Huh. Well, I can't say I'm not intrigued. All right, join the dots for me. With pleasure. Now, if you look here and then hold this like this. Oh, no. No. Mr. Edgeworth, that's all wrong. Totally wrong. Oh, you didn't have to join in, Kay. Okay, I'm gonna try the other one, and something that proves the link between our current case and the secret string puller. Then? Or it's the bug. But like...
Take that!
It's totally the bug. Could I do better? But oh, I didn't actually look at this. Hold on. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around on the back of a truck. Oh, well, that's fun. Oh.
Take that!
That's what I meant. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Let's That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. All right, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind...
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Jesus, rude. Ooh, look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Arena's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection!
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go through all that trouble? That's crazy! Hey, yo. Between Mr. Knight and Mr. Canis. Crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying that he had the... You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
What are you doing inserting yourself between two men? Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master?
Well, yes. Oh, okay.
You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, it would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find...
Objection!
Letters. You won't. Trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Who could have foreseen this? Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. Hey, I wonder who he got that from. I wonder who he got that habit from, perhaps recently. Perhaps a close friend of his. So this doesn't prove anything either? We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that?
Oh, hi.
Miss Barry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying, and... This Knight person... You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Nav mentioned the funniest thing Nav can do at this exact moment is enter the chat. Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon.
Your Nav impression is great. Thanks for the same person. That's also like the only Regina voice that exists in my brain anymore. I don't remember what she sounds like in the anime. It's also when auditions were happening for that one, there's a fan dub of A2, I think, that like I auditioned for Regina. It's not the voice I used. I don't remember the voice I used though. It's a different one. What? What did you? Yeah, it's MJ. How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure. Here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence chess letter.
The next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
I don't remember what the hell knight sounded like. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. You were never gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. En route.
Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Ah,
Let's go with the bunnies.
this is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. You, Bronco. You're still getting in my way even now. I hate you. I hate you!
Man, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. Teammates! Friends! To hell with that! I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. Psyche log moments, real. Moon Matrix moments. Good thing Edgeworth knows for a fact that ghosts aren't real, guys. They're not real. Ah, fuck, I skipped past that. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this. And if I don't do what he says, he'll... He's so scary. Stop it. Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad. I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no. He locked me in that car with him and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. You lost your dad? Yeah. Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim from the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint. But you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Sins of the father, this too is the greatest attorney too. Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder. Under the name Paul Halik. So I hear. I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't. Because he wasn't your father. I almost fucked that up real bad. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right. It's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set. And a ring? This too is the greatest attorney too. Yes. Take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. Man, I love Redacted. Me too. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. What? But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. But you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No, that can't be. I'm... My dad was... I remembered, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? Oh, wait. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail. I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So the show was just the icing on the top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. You can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. You did all that. And now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? And what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead, too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis's correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events the whole time. You're right. It was me. It was me all along. At last. He's finally telling the truth. Also, I love this track so much. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. President's assassination. Just as we thought. Little guy. Little Muzilla. Oh, his name's not Muzilla anymore. Little Torosaurus. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too. That's why. The guard kept... Oh, pfft. And they knew it too. That's why. Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. Careful, the spies are watching. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. And they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. Oh, no. I'm sure I didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down. So we saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of the law.
Objection!
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. The Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? I love that song from Persona 5. He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claim to hate.
Objection!
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never, ever. Me? Commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection!
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. I too am in this scene. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions have resulted in multiple murders. Right. Same thing at Cord Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too. So Rook's murder was...
Objection!
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set. So it was you who put it in there? Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder? That awful woman murder poor Bronco. I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who? Me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection!
I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sorry, I just noticed the little bird. That's Acro's, isn't it? Damn. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan, too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. Poor Canon Regina now having 2 murderers among her troop. Poor Regina, she's literally just sitting there and like things keep happening to her. Like, anyway, you guys should check out Dirt About Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical. I forgot to turn my lights on because nowadays I start streaming when the sun is still out. So I'm going to step away from the mic for 2 seconds to go do that. Okay. The lights are on because it's dark now. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabout? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You want to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. That fucks. That fucks. That goes so hard. Anyway.
You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me, right when I needed it most.
Hey. Aw, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size?
No, that's not what he was doing.
Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. And it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. Genuinely localizing this game in 2024 might have been the best of all possible worlds because Janet's prose has been polished so much over the years. Yeah. Yeah. Like, this goes really hard. Also, like, if I may be so bold in casting stones against my favorite game on the planet, this dialogue box here, this I don't mention murder anywhere, the like, I never actually did anything, is like, it hits so much harder than the same sentiment made by the main antagonist in the final case, in the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Like, I like it there a little. In that game, like, not to spoil the game, obviously, but like, in that game, I like that there is like, that's the sentiment given because it's what happens. Like, that's the kind of argument that people in that position of power would do. I think, like, it's a little goofy of an argument, but I think that works. That said, I don't think the feeling of hopelessness, like, hits nearly as hard as this one does. The period writing does give it a bit more of a directional, emotional remove. I feel like it was like, it could have hit harder. And I don't know how much of that is writing so much as, or like dialogue writing so much as pacing. I think part of that is like the pacing of that last case, which, to be fair, the Great Ace Attorney duology was supposed to be a trilogy. And I think they do remarkably well given that like entire game being cut, theoretically, you know? Anyway. I think it's better in this scene. Ugh, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this excitement stuff he's talking about? Incitement, Kate. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. I don't know that that's right. Obviously, this is Ace Attorney world, and, you know, depends. But, like, I don't think that's right. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. Yeah, this is really good. This is really good. Like, this, like, pointing out due process, specifically the words that Simeon is using here, like, he has studied this, you know, to the degree, like, I don't mean like he has studied law, but like he knows the bounds of the Ace Attorney legal world. And he has calculated to remain in those bounds. Like, he's going with, I never incited anything. You cannot charge me with incitement. He's not saying, oh, I didn't do anything though. Like, if you really think about it, like, he's saying you cannot charge me with incitement. And, like, trying to do this, one, you are not a lawyer. Two, like, you don't have the grounds to charge me with this. Three, you are committing ethically questionable violations. I love redacted from 1 through... Yeah. Yeah. Tee. I liked... And it makes sense that Saint would be doing this. Because... And I think the official translation does this more gracefully than the fan translation. but also I wasn't looking for it in the fan translation. So it's possible if I were to like replay the fan translation that I would notice it more. The chess motif. I'm a little surprised they didn't go with I guess it doesn't necessarily work with calling Saint a grandmaster instead of like a puppet master or like a string puller, but to be fair, like grandmaster doesn't necessarily like imply, I don't know too much about chess, but grandmaster doesn't really imply that you're good at manipulating things. Grandmaster implies that you are really fucking good at chess. And it's also like a very specific term. It's not like, I don't think it's just anybody who's good at chess. Like you have to become a grandmaster, you know? That said, it makes sense that Saint would think this far ahead and that he would be operating. Yeah, grandmaster is just you played a shit ton of chess, not that you can't be beat. Yeah. But like it makes sense that Saint he knows what the hell he's doing because Edgeworth's opponent, the person he is playing chess against this entire game, has been Saint, right? And like that works with the reveal that, oh, the person who's been playing correspondence chess this entire time has been Saint. It hasn't been Knight. It hasn't been Canis. Which also I was like, I feel like if you like really like turned the game upside down and squished it and shook it around a bit, you could theoretically argue that like his role as because he's Simeon's Saint, so his chess piece is a bishop, right? And a bishop moves diagonally. There's like a little bit of, there's that limitation in how the chess piece moves. And Saint's been eating pieces while Miles hasn't been looking. Exactly. Yeah, like the thing about the bishop motif is I'm really, really glad that they went with it, as well as Dijin Wang, because the fan translation didn't go with Wang, which was a little odd because usually the way that the like pseudo Chinese names work in Ace Attorney is you just read the kanji directly. And I think Wang was like the way that you would read the kanji in the original Japanese. I would have to like actually look at the kanji, but Wang means king, obviously, and they make points. I said obviously. I speak another language where Wang is the word for king, but it's also the Chinese word for king. I'm pretty sure, or at least like a root word that means king. So he is the king chess piece. Simeon Saint is the bishop. Bronco Knight is obviously a knight, and then Rook is a rook. And so like Catholic theologian here laughing at the idea that there's any association between bishops and saints. No, literally. But what was I going to say? The point is like they equated each character, this is a derogatory post to read bishop. The point is that all of them have a chess allegory, and I don't know how strong the bishop piece allegory is in Japanese for Simeon. Oh my god, what was Simeon's name in the original? Or not the original, but the fan translation. Fuck, what was his name? I don't think it had the same motif though. And I'd have to look at it to like, I'm just gonna look up his name. I'm just gonna look up his name and answer all these questions for myself. But the point is like a bishop is a piece that moves a little like, it can only move diagonally. Simon Keys, right. Sea monkeys, so like monkey see, monkey do. Which is a good bit for like he's the one manipulating. Let me look at this really quick. Sota Sarushiro. Oh, I see. Because it's also Simon Says, and it's also and this is also the bit in Japanese. It's the three monkeys, the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Let me look at this. Yeah, a reference to the three wise monkeys. This also serves as a subtle hint for Japanese players, as in Turnabout Trigger, Shelley DeKiller refers to his client as a curious person, but the word curious, used again, contains the kanji saru, which is also in his name. Yeah, so the other part of his name then like has to do with because he do no evil, according to him. But yeah, so he only has that like monkey reference in the original Japanese, which means like saint is a choice that they made, you know. His first name comes from Simeon, like a monkey, and his surname refers to his kind and innocent facade, which I think is a good bit. His full name may also be a corruption of the children's game Simon Says, similar to his name in the unofficial translation. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I also am assuming that there is a connection to a bishop chess piece. Because I think it would be weird for him to be like the one person to just coincidentally have that chess piece. The place that the chess metaphor does like fall apart though is then there's no queen. Pawns are very easy because, you know, Wang had everybody working for him. But he doesn't have a queen. I guess the original Dijin Wang does have a queen in the form of, oh my god, I forgot her name. But Sean's mom. Like, in a literal sense, there was a queen. She's not narratively involved enough for me to, like, say that she is a queen chess piece. And again, like, the Prosecutor's Gambit choice that they went with for the localization means that they chose to have a heavier chess motif. Like, I don't think there was as much chess, like, involved in the original game. Amelie Fen, yeah. I think the localization team went, we want to go heavier on the chess motifs. And any chance that they got, they like used the motif where they could, which I think is fair and not like an issue of being unfaithful to the original text. I of course can't read the original text, so I can't tell you. But like from what I can gather, that's a stylistic choice that they went with, and I like it. Anyway, Simeon, you think you can make me carry the can for the murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you?
Not so fast!
How long? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't... I'm just spitballing. But you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I too am in this case. I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah. You know what? That would make for a killer show. I too am in this scene. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and then we're done here. All right, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not going to give me an inch. Whoa. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. There's a big-ass chunk of the health bar that they're threatening me with. Okay. Let's...
Hold it!
You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah, what was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by someone behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all? What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles?
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made the big bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself. Did I? And can you prove it? If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call. Don't we have a tape recording of it? Do we not literally have a tape recording of it? Can I not? Can I not look at it? Yeah, I guess it is that one. I don't know which one I need to...
Hold it!
The same story as always? What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. Yeah, it has to be that, but like, where do I... Is it this? Does it matter?
Objection!
Heh. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna read this flashback again. There's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made big bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that? Weird. I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am? Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. By somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No. Longsea says, Schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Are you sure that's Longsea and not Franziska? Ms. Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gabel's cell phone.
Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay.
I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... Huh? That's weird. Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say. Seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could it not be on there? Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those. Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo!
Objection!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. And that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation. I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it out all much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Thank goodness Miranda rights don't exist in Japanifornia, because they could use all of this in a court of law. Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah well. Oh shucks, my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister.
Yeah?
The old bugaroo. It was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? Not shake anything loose from the old brain tree?
I don't know. Give me a sec to think.
I too am in this scene. You're the only one who's been in directly... What? Who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. I just read that. We don't need to flash back to it. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Ms. Lloyd, how long were you recording the How long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back?
In which case? During which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? It was 2 nights ago when Kay got... When did Kay get... Oh god, anytime they ask me about time, I don't remember. Not the options. When did she... When the fuck? What day is today? Fuck, man. So much happens in this case. Okay, Sean was yesterday. So 2 nights ago? Yeah? I don't remember. We'll find out. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. Final stream of a game is a good place to start, I think. Hello! Thank you for the first time chat, Vincent Van, go away. That's a really good username. If you do want to catch up with the series, at least all the VODs are caught up now. So, hold on. Where's my little command for it? There we go. You can catch up with the VODs. What if there was a recording from around that time? Great, I guessed right. Ms. Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. Not the automatic one going off right after I say it.
That's the sound of the balloon.
Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Jesus.
Wait, that noise.
That was a gunshot. Oh good, I'll catch up after. Yippee! You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. God, I don't remember how, though. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody even ever mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I don't remember who it was. I just need to remember who it was, and that's the problem, Edward. And present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? I don't remember. God, it's been weeks. No. 2 nights ago was the night of the kidnapping, so... Did somebody fire a gun? I mean, hold on. Where the fuck is... Damn. Is this the picture of... That's not it. I don't know what Miss Hart's statement was. She was in the 51st storeroom the night before last, but didn't see the president pass through. That's not it. That's not it. There wasn't a gun involved here. The only thing worse than when you and your character are like, who did do X? And you know, is when they're like, and I know exactly who, and you're sitting there like, Oh god, I don't remember. Pursuit Theme and Dual Destinies are siblings. Same composer, composed 2 years apart. Real. Dual Destiny. Okay, Dual Destinies soundtrack is really good. And I don't think people talk about it enough. I really like all the music. And like, the sound design changes are a little weird to get around. But I still like them. No, this is IS7, this isn't it? Who the fuck shot a gun? I don't remember shit. I'm always saying this. It's really good. And this composer put his whole soul into both. Real. Many such cases with Ace Attorney, like every single time. I cannot name an Ace Attorney track that is like bad. Well, no, I can, but it's literally bad for comedic effect, and it's the shitty violin. And I love the shitty violin. If you haven't heard the shitty violin track from Great Ace Attorney, and you don't have any context for the game, it doesn't matter. You should just listen to it because it is so impressively bad. And I feel like it's really funny because my favorite part about that track is you get also the German record. The German record isn't like bad, it's just funny. The really bad violin track is really funny, and my favorite part of it is there are moments when you can hear him stretching so hard to hit a note and he's just not getting it. Okay. God, I don't remember. SS5 incident. Nope. Dude, I don't remember. Okay, it's not gonna be anything on this page. Because that's SS5. We already presented this. Trav, thank you for the raid! Hello! Welcome, Trav's viewers, to the finale of Ace Attorney Investigations 2, right when I completely forgot. I completely forgot what evidence I'm supposed to be presenting here, because it's been a couple of weeks. And I super don't remember, and there's 5 pages of evidence. Thank you for resubscribing, Trav, for 9 months. That's crazy. 9 months, 9 viewers, 9... That would have gone so much crazier if you had waited for me to start streaming Zero Escape, which should be happening very soon. Anyway, hi, viewers from Drag and Drop It. I assume you guys know who, or know what Ace Attorney is, because I'm pretty sure you guys were just streaming Ace Attorney yourselves. And I'm pretty sure most of you guys know who I am, but if you don't, hi, I'm Julie, aka Twyfairy, and I am trying to introduce myself during raids more. I am a streamer of many Ace Attorney or adjacent games. I'm counting Yakuza as an adjacent game now. I love story-rich video games. I'm also a cosplayer who does a lot of Ace Attorney. I do song covers, and I do art, and I do shit posting, and I yap too long about all of these games. Partially to stall for time while I try desperately to remember where a gun was used anywhere in this case. Oh god. I don't remember. Okay, I'm really hoping this next page is also all... Yes, this is all SS5 incident. Bro, I don't remember at all. Okay, this is all SS5, and it can't be the correspondence chest, so it's not on this page either. Please, the next page also... Okay, and this one's just the hot air balloon, so it can't be this one. Cool. That narrows it down to the first two pages. I'm gonna start over here. Oh! Did the Torosaurus plushie catch a gunshot? No. Did it? I don't remember. No monster footprints and no body. It's not that. There's no gun there. Wait, hold on. Why is his jacket so long? I've never noticed that in my life. I thought he was wearing a normal blazer. Hold on, can we look at the picture of him dead? Yeah, it is long. I thought it was a blazer this whole time. That's like a... The combination of it being very long and buttoned, like, it's very long, it's single-breasted, it's open in the front, and it's vacuum formed to his body, and it looks really weird altogether like that. His outfit is so much. I feel like it's not, it's just that he looks like that. Very long, yeah. Maybe Zhongfa is just a lot of choices, fashion-wise. Zhongfa fashion seems interesting. Okay, yeah, and he wasn't shot to death, so, concrete was broken and the earth exposed. Desperate Celsius winter dug up President Long's corpse. Nope. Fell off the trailer. If that was cut, it wasn't like shot open somehow. Oh boy, is it this? I wonder. It's not. Anyway. Oh, that's fun. They got to do a little like fun typography with Gordy and Torosaurus. Yay. That's fun. Things that get to happen when you localize a game and you get a little bit of freedom over some of the assets. Big building. Yeah, no. Okay, so logically, logically it's on the second page then? Someone gave Gordy a gun, oh god. Alright, okay, we can't let it do the Teddy Ruxpin thing. I think this Torosaurus is very friendly looking. He's very funny to me. But he doesn't have the answer we're looking for. Security camera footage shows President Wong and Judge Cavell arriving on the roof of the big building. There's no footage of the president riding an elevator to leave. No. Didn't see the president pass through. Okay, so like the bit, right, is that... Oh no, Rosie wasn't shot either. God, I don't remember what it is. Hi, welcome Natalie, hello. Dude, I super don't remember. It's not IS-7. When they say an incident related to the case, they mean like the day of the kidnapping. Sean's rehearsal tape, I don't fucking remember, man. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. I very confidently did not pull up the guide today, too. How is everything? I'm trying to remember something. Things are going good, though. Things are going good. They'll start going better the moment I remember where the gun was in this case. Why is everything blunt force trauma? Like, this is a gun related to an incident related to this case, but like, that doesn't have anything to do with somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. It was gumshoe. No, I'm kidding. Clearly, it was Eustace with a gun. Will Powers with a gun. I super don't remember. Emma Skye with a gun. I really do not know. Like, literally the only gun-related thing is this, and this can't be the answer. But maybe they will give me a hint if I say it wrong. She would have a gun, though. Good for her. Here, what do you make of this? You want me to tell you it somehow proves that there was a gun involved in this case? Are you trying to tell me it doesn't? That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, shit. I guess this isn't the right piece of evidence. Come on, Milester, this isn't like you. You need to focus up here. Forgive me. I forgot.
Is the person who fired the gun the same person that kidnapped me, do you think?
It's a possibility, but not a certainty by any means. We need to find a piece of evidence tying somebody involved in this case to a firearm. Let's look everything over one more time. Are you whispering about gang? How the gun has nothing to do with this, maybe? The gunshot captured on that tape has everything to do with this, and I'm going to prove it. Okay. Hold on. Where's the... Nope. This? No. I don't remember. It's just a really funny picture. Why is the Torosaurus in this so detailed? And everything else is so normal looking. Such a good picture, low-key. I'm pretty sure the autoplay button also doesn't work. Yeah, it super doesn't. I don't know why it only works sometimes. I don't remember. I think we need to consult my good friend Strategy Wiki. I think that's what we gotta do, folks. If it helps, I've played this before and I'm also completely lost, so it may be something I had to look up the guide for it. I've also played this before. It's been a few years, but I cannot remember. I can't remember, man. Turn out for the ages. Whenever in doubt, use a guide. It will always be there for you. I want to play this again. This is a good game. It's been really fun revisiting it. Okay, where is this? You can't prove I was incited anything. Oh my god, I was never gonna remember that. Gunshot residue detected on right hand. I was never going to remember that, guys.
Take that!
The music didn't even stop, like... It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. I am assuming the music didn't stop because we have to find out exactly where. Or not. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Oh, I'm remembering the, like, CGs. In this moment, CGs? Is that the word I'm looking for? I remember the image in my head now. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? The music just goes too hard to stop, I guess. True. That's right. She was in the balloon, being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. I thought this was normal. Yeah, see, I remember this image now that I have, like, picked it. I wouldn't have remembered it on my own, though. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. We heard it hit, yup. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Love the silliest blurry Torosaurus at CG. I love the Torosaurus, it's so goofy. Hold on. I want this little plushie so bad, it's so cute. Like, I could very easily probably make myself one. I want like this made out of like a very soft like terry cloth type fabric. I think it would be so cute to have. I'm not gonna be able to make it do the recording thing, but it's so cute. There's a lot of cool objects in Ace Attorney that I'm like, oh, if I ever had the chance to like get a really fancy one of these, like this with the like functioning horns would be so cool. And then also the thinker clock I would really like. And then the music box from the first Great Ace Attorney, I would really love to have. I have no idea how to get any of those. So many merge opportunities they're missing. To be fair, I am listing exceedingly small objects from not widely known cases. The thinker clock, however, I think is a pretty solid one that they could do. Sorry for not being here for a while. Don't even worry about it, man. I'm just playing video games on the internet and yapping about it. That's all I'm doing here. I'm a marketable chibi. And I won't be a marketable chibi for much longer. Yeah, it's next week. Next week, I'm switching models. It'll be a fun time. Don't worry, I'll keep the chibi around as like a you can redeem the chibi. But yeah, there will be news soon. Anyway. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Or would the bullet have struck? The balloon, man.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. The actual piece of Great Ace Attorney merch that I really want is the ring. I want the ring so bad. I have considered like, I have a 3D print file for it, interestingly enough. So I'm probably going to like mold and cast that at some point to do like a resin version of it if I can. I love that ring. It's like so gaudy and obnoxious. It is not the type of thing I would normally wear, but because of who that ring belongs to and me being that character's biggest fan ever, real not clickbait, I want that ring. I also want that ring for cosplay purposes, but that cosplay it intimidates me in theory. But like, I think about that ring a lot. I want it. It's so obnoxious. And if he was, what he heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. TB Twi Fairy is so cute. She does inspire some cuteness aggression in me. She's just very little. The thing is, so I'm like, I mean, it's not really spoilers to say. Next week I will be switching to a like full body model. It will still be a PNG tuber. It's not a full VTuber model or anything. But the rig is pretty complex for a PNG tuber, and I'm very proud of it. It's also a thing of, I prefer, like, The chibi is very cute, but I would like to be something a little less cute and smiley. So just art style wise, switching to something full body, and also art style wise, switching to art that I drew instead of commissioned art, just for the sake of like trying to encourage myself to do a bit more art for myself. Because usually I just do fan art. So like drawing art of my own character has been very fun. It should be fun. I'm excited. But I'll keep the chibi around as like a channel point redeem, perhaps. It's serious Twilight Time. Have you guys seen? So I've been reading along with Dracula Daily recently, and it's my first time like making an earnest effort to read Dracula. I've had the book for like over a year now, and I've been meaning to read Dracula for a really long time. But if people are interested at all in Dracula, Overly Sarcastic Productions has a now like pretty dated but still very good Dracula summary video. And there's a bit in it where they're like, it's time for Van Helsing's serious phase, and that's what I feel like that is.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
Also, if you want more, oh, it's totally that fucking canister, man. But yep, there it is, bitch. If you would like more, why is it? Oh, I'm pressing zoom out instead of zoom in. If you would like more literature recommendations from me, I hope you guys are ready for whatever format Soseki Natsume's book club takes when I start streaming the Great East Journey. Anyway, I need to use my cursor. There we go. Oh, thank you, Edgeworth.
With a bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd take that. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound of the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? All right. No need to get cranky. I am actually going to go get more water, so I'm going to briefly take a break. But I will return shortly. Don't shoot a hole in the bottom of the chat while I'm gone. Wahoo, I'm back. Twitch gave me an ad for IHOP and now I want pancakes. Okay, see, the thought I was having while I was gone is that in this moment I really want Reese's Pieces. I don't have Reese's Pieces. Ugh. Anyway. I have more water. Hydration. Yay. I should actually drink the water. You say ET be like? Or I have clothes. No. When I was in college, the place that I lived, the closest IHOP was 30 minutes away. Or like, it was either, I don't think it was 30 minutes. I think it was like a full hour away. Which seems like shouldn't be reality for a college town. I feel like college towns should have IHOPs, just by nature of people will end up crashing there at 3 a.m., right? We did have like a couple of local diners that were like 24 hours or like close to it that were honestly cheaper and like better. But it's about the principle of the thing. We got a Bob Evans, so it's okay. That's fair. I don't remember if my town had a Bob Evans or not. I've only been to Bob Evans like once or twice. And it was like, one of them was like on a road trip to Canada. I think we were still in the Midwest. You go there for the experience of being in an IHOP. Exactly. Bob Evans is like, it's regional, right? I don't know if it's a Midwest thing or if it's like the South, but a couple locations in the Midwest type of thing. It feels like a Midwestern chain though. But yeah, I can't remember the last time I've been to one. I don't remember. Anyway. I admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gabel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Actually, a funny bit about IHOP specifically. I don't go to IHOP often. Okay, IHOP is like peak. Simeon Saint, how do you feel about Bob Evans? IHOP is like peak cast party food to me. In high school, there was like my high school had like eras of different, like, it would be like we would go to a certain restaurant for a while, but either they would get mad because theater kids are annoying, or like the restaurant would close down or something. So like we had a brief IHOP era, but then we switched to like, there was like a local place that we went to, and then also Steak and Shake. I don't know how regional Steak and Shake is. But the point is, it was like you go to the 24-hour place. You don't go because it's good. I was never in theater, but my friends were. They always talked about going to IHOP with the whole cast and crew. Our tradition was IHOP Friday night, Steak and Shake Saturday, midnight after strike. Exactly. Wait, you guys did strike on Saturday? That's crazy. We usually also did, my high school usually did like a Friday night, Saturday night show, and then like Sunday matinee, I feel. And then I think we usually did strike like, God, that's brutal, a Saturday strike. I feel like we usually did strike on like a weekday. So it would suck though, because it would be like after school. Oh my God. Oh yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday matinee, Saturday night. I feel like we've done that too. Obviously it's been a while. We had Steak and Shake, but it closed like a few years ago because they couldn't get any workers. Yeah, most Steak and Shakes are like closing down, I feel. The one closest to me closed down. And I was like, that was my childhood Steak and Shake. Again, like these places are not like good, but like, then the Steak and Shake closest to us just started sucking and people had terrible experiences. So it became IHOP 2 nights. No, yeah, exactly. That's what happened. For us, the Steak and Shake that was like closest to my high school was closer to other high schools in my district. So the entire staff was kids from other high schools, and they would realize what school we were from and like ignore us on purpose. It was really terrible. Steak and Shake is like White Castle, where it rapidly deteriorates. Julie, have you ever played Spirit Tracks? I promise this is irrelevant. No, I don't think so, but I'm familiar with it. Like as a kid, I may have done like I had a friend I would like trade DS chips with, and I feel like I briefly had Spirit Tracks for like a week. I can't remember if it was Spirit Tracks or Phantom Hourglass though. The high school rivalry goes strong in the Steak and Shake. No, exactly. Steel and Shake. Steel and Shake is where Kay wants to go. What was I talking about with the, oh, I was talking about IHOP. So the last time I was in an IHOP, I'm pretty sure. No, it was like fairly recently. It was, I was at an anime convention and I can't remember which anime convention, but I know I was cosplaying someone from Ace Attorney because, I don't remember which Ace Attorney I was cosplaying either. I'd have to like look back through. I think I've been Franziska von Karma in an IHOP like twice in my life, which is extremely funny. There's sections of the Central Tower where if you stay in one place for too long, it saps away your life force. That is every time I've been in a White Castle. I don't think I've ever been in a White Castle. I think I've only been like brought to White Castle. Anyway, I think I've been Franziska von Karma in an IHOP 2 times in my life. And I feel like it had to have been Franziska von Karma because I don't think I was cosplaying a man. Because I think if I was cosplaying a man, this sentence would be funnier. I was at an IHOP with a very large group of cosplayers. I have to sneeze, hold on. Oh God. I have pictures of Franziska von Karma in an IHOP. I'll put them in my Discord later. Actually, let me link my Discord really quick. Thank you. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I must have been Franziska during this. No, I know who I was. I was Susato. So, which is also funny. Susato Mikotoba in an IHOP. I was in a like very large group of cosplayers. It's like one of those things where like you have your friend group and then they have a mutual friend who also has a friend group. So it's like a 12-person IHOP table, which is, you know, like devastating to any servers. And if we were at like a sit-down restaurant anywhere else, I would be like, okay, we're splitting into groups now, but it's an IHOP, so whatever. And so we tipped huge, I'm pretty sure. But it was, I went, get the chocolate chip pancakes, Naruto-san. You will need the strength in the coming days. It was, the case was, I had gotten up to either like fix a receipt issue or like get a straw or something. It was something where I had to like interact with the staff, briefly. And like, this guy was like my age or younger. It was the thing of like, this person is at work and is way too busy to shoot their shot, but is trying to desperately connect with me in a way that matters because he thought my cosplay was pretty. And so like, this was pretty near the convention center, so it's not like uncommon for there to be content. This is the, this is like the Rosemont IHOP for people in the area. So it's the one closest to the convention center that has every anime convention in Chicago. And the guy like clearly thinks my cosplay is pretty, tries to do like a, oh boy, what game are you cosplaying from? And I successfully pitch Ace Attorney to an IHOP employee. And that's what my IHOP tangent was about. Oh God. Back when White Castle was the after strike midnight move, there was something called the High C Challenge where you drink a gallon of High C Orange in 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure it is physically impossible to do without throwing up. Yeah, that sounds about right. Rosemont, fake ass, false ass city. It's slightly more real than it used to be. Isn't there like a Hooters close by too? I'm like 90% sure that's true. You should be converting the IHOP employees. Exactly. I'm doing my part. There's probably a Hooters close by. I need to, God, that would be a really funny thing to go to in cosplay. I will have to check. Again, like, it's not like, the food is not going to be good, but it's about the joke. I have to figure out, that's really funny. I walk out of any establishment having preached the gospel of Ace Attorney to every worker. Exactly. Anyway, what are we doing playing Ace Attorney? Cool. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Francisco Von Karma loves Hooters. Exactly, it would be funny. You see the vision. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Emma Sky loves Hooters. This is gonna be great. Emma Sky with the with her pink glasses on, being like, if I put these glasses on, nobody can tell where I'm looking. Hisato Mikotoba loves Hooters, but would never admit it. She is a very refined Meiji era young lady. She would never, ever say anything like that. Please. Anyway. Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you. You told him all about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Well, this is just like Amogus. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid. Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. You see? I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Okay. The president noticed me.
He pointed his gun at me and fired.
The story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon.
Simeon hadn't come along when he did.
Judge Gavelle might have been in serious trouble.
So he's basically her savior, right?
I don't think it's quite that trivial.
What did you say?
Don't worry about it. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. I was an innocent bystander, said the evil clown, glaring evilly at us. But guys, his last name is Saint. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. I mean, like, the bit, right, is that, like, that's not where he shot from, surely.
Finally proven who was behind all this. Let's tie him up with this. When we finally proven who was behind all this, let's tie him up with this rope. I'll teach you a way of doing it so that even a professional escapologist couldn't get free.
I understand the sentiment, but perhaps you could apply that fervor to the pursuit of the truth instead.
Don't worry, I got my eyes on that tank. Simeon won't be escaping in his balloon if I have anything to do with it.
I struggle to imagine him choosing to make his getaway by balloon.
Look, you just leave this to me. Go and concentrate on nailing him for his crimes, all right?
On doing what to him? Okay.
I was carried in this basket, right?
Yes. Although you were asleep, so I imagine you have no memory of it.
It would have been nice to have at least gotten some fun flying memories out of it. Curse you, Mr. Mastermind. I'm gonna kick your butt, just you wait and see.
But that's not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it? Eh. Gunshot residue on right hand. Time of death at 11 p.m. Where the fuck is the picture of them? 11:05. He was already. Did we already do that? See, this is also the problem of. This is the problem of playing Ace Attorney on a stream multiple weeks apart. Is I don't remember if we pointed out that inconsistency in the time or not. Because he died at 11 p.m. And this, oh, I think they mentioned the time was wrong on it or something. Yeah. Honestly, is that the answer? Is it? I'm just gonna start pressing shit.
Hold it!
Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor? Yes, it was. No contradictions there. But the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Ah, I was right. And because I arrived when I did. Judge Cavell and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. How do we get that added to the testimony?
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Cavell. You really didn't suspect a thing? I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? I was merely trying to... What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Cavell. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Good on you, Edgeworth. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust that you will look after us both. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all. Stay away from her! Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you. Get back, clown! Only the president noticed me and he made the good judgment.
Hold it!
He made her leave. But why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? The secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please, continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. Oh, I guess this is on the roof. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? Ah, there we go. Yes, it does. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, and then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. Except it does because it made the gameplay go forward. He escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor.
Hold it!
The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
Auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right?
Indeed. The auction was being held on the 50th floor that day.
And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes?
They were. Which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. But should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So this, okay. I don't know what it is, though. Okay. Go back. Well, he died April 5th. B, I need literally anything dated from the auction, please. Wait, hold on, I already forgot the date. April 5th. Oh. Didn't see the president pass through. Aha.
Objection!
Thank you, Lotta. You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon? Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile off your... I'll wipe that smile off... Right, oh God, Jesus. Right off of your stupid clown face. I really wanted to say clown stupid face. So bad. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. There's so many accents to juggle in this holy shit, and it can get worse. We have Great Ace Attorney yet. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. You're telling me? Yeah. Guy who just came from Great Ace Attorney. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? Balloon.
Take that!
He flew. This, too, is Turnabout Big Top. Anyway. This is like how I type when I shit post. He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
He was already dead. There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. Why did I say 51st floor like that? 51st floor. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection!
Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles's faithful assistant falling through the hatch? That didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Keg crash landing onto the storeroom floor. What? Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get... Wait, what? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles. But that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. It can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. A lot of studio audience laughs. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell out. I'm doing great. Until your friend fell down that hatch. What?
So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection.
Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. You bitch. You bitch. Herlock Sholmes moment. If the president hid until after until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? Oh, sorry, let me redo it. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal the president while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection.
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection.
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it?
I also am in this scene. It's my fault the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already.
Oops.
But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear.
Huh. Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Sorry, we were talking about Steak and Shake for a really long time, and now I very much want a burger. All right, well, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. I love the little imitation bit. It's good. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Speaking of burger, you can be a cow in Mario Kart World and there's food, so you can eat burger as cow. No. Not Moo Moo Cow. No. Besides, I thought it was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus' noggin of falling? It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared. Just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here. Not me. No, that's not possible. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you. Just as I thought. Admit it. You're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs.
Overruled.
No, that's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here is a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? Is this Mouse Disciple from Great Ace Attorney 2 or? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh, dude, that's a very big health bar. He's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line, too? You're gonna look at me and tell me that I'm warned? Am I warned? Hey, Miles Areno. Take a deep breath for me, would you? That is the length of his bar. Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that... That was me violently dropping a thing of lip balm. Sorry for the jump scare. Jesus Christ. They straight up translated that line differently before Dual Destinies, right? I mean, to be fair, it was different people, right? I feel like it was never consistent before that. Yeah. I think so. It wasn't as, poetic. Like, Godot's line is not this, complex, I feel. It's a little bit more straightforward. Like, if it's a line Mia actually says at any point. Yeah, like, Mia definitely says it, and Godot definitely says it, and I don't fucking remember, like, the exact words yet anymore. But I do feel like it's different. The anime also might do it differently, but that's like a lip flaps thing. But it definitely sounds different. What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not? Rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? Turnabout memories for Mia, maybe? Yeah. A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption. Just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. I don't know if they chose to say that specifically because it's been so long since, like, because this got localized so late. But I'd like to think it's a nod to that. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. The bit is he was already dead, right? Okay. Here's a Bronco, president set foot on a balloon. Thought he was crushed to death by the metal monster head. Oops. He's not gonna make this easy, is he? We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular cause, to say the least. I remember what happened. If we assume he was crushed by the Torosaurus head, and this whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? I mean, like, I know what the murder weapon was. But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? I mean, yes, I just don't know where I need to put it.
Hold it!
Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head... Hey, Max. Hi. Thank you for redeeming hi. I like the little say hi routine. I think it's fun. Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head.
Objection!
Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true?
Objection!
That may have been my theory at one point. But that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Kazuma Asogi time? Oh god, do I have to get ready for Kazuma Asogi time? Have you not seen Kazuma Asogi time? I swear to god you've seen it. Have you not? I need to see Kazuma Asogi time. Well, someone better redeem it. Ideally in a convenient time after I have opened the webpage. There we go, Kazuma Asogi time. You guys ready? You guys ready? Give it a second. It wants to work so bad. Did it just freeze? Are you kidding me? Hello? Oh my god, it froze. Again. Hold on. I can do this. I promise, it'll work. It wants to work so bad. It's because I'm not logged. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Bro. Why can I not? Hold on. Is it working? However? However? No! Aha? Well, this is embarrassing. Why can I... If this doesn't work, you can just flip upside down. It's true. Hold on. I can get it to work, I promise. I've been having some issues with the reactive PNG thing lately. Oddly enough. It sucks that I can't do this technical difficulties and also read at the same time. Ah. Okay, you know what? Let's try Franziska. Aha. No. How odd. Can I switch to Kate's? Oh, I can switch to the Kate model. Ready? You can do it. I believe in you. No. How odd. Franziska? No. I wonder if it's just gift support that's not working. That could be it. Well, now we're just doing technical difficulties. Can I switch to my Discord avatar? Yeah. I can. I guess it's just gift support. Kazuma Asogi time. You can do it. I believe in you. No. What? Ta-da. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna troubleshoot this. Okay, I literally have to troubleshoot it from this window, which is really annoying. That's the thing, it is a random web key of Kazuma. It's just not working.
Huh?
Oh my god. There we go. There we go. I told you it would work. You just had to keep faith. Let me actually move him. There we go. All right. For the sake of that took a long ass time, I won't put the timer on, and we'll just we'll switch out of Kazuma Asogi mode when it stops being funny, which is possibly never. But that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection.
Why the past tense? It's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. It's my boy. Yeah. The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. Thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Hold on. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name.
Hold it.
Sure. Sean was the one who caused the head to fall. That much we know.
He even admitted it himself.
Fantastic. So we're all in agreement? Well done, everybody. Case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here.
Objection.
Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, all right then. Enlighten us, and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see this kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way?
Mr. Hedgeworth, what do we do?
We now know. What do we do? Think, Miles, think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have had to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had to What? What would he have had to hand? Actually, I think that is the correct sentence. What would he have had to hand? That's the answer. That lowercase s is the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. I love how normal Sean's name is. I mean, it is a Sean Penn joke.
He's not going to make this easy, is he?
We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Torosaurus head.
And the whole thing becomes Sean. Oh, we already read this.
Hold it.
The strings in question being those of Sean's and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Does that sound weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. The consistency between Aizawa, Marsh, Fen. Oh yeah, because a Fen is like... It's like similar, right? Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor.
Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me.
Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? And you insist that you had no direct involvement, if any, of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another. And they don't even know I lit the fuse. Love it. You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch too. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing? Oh, stop it. Your poor papa, scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh, yeah. Rank incompetence. Ah! How dare you! Agent Lung, please! You don't know the half of it, you damn clown! Your father may not have closed out the case. Not publicly, anyway. But it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories.
Hold it!
But it's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. All right, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
Objection!
So you admit it. You did take him on your balloon.
Objection!
That is a cheap ploy, Miles. I have to admit myself. You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night." That's ridiculous, and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through?
Objection!
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection!
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No.
And you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection!
Very well. Let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? Oh wait, sorry, that's in Miles's voice, isn't it? Very well. Let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. Okay. I mean, do we just go for it?
Objection!
I guess, yeah. I do think this is a bit far-fetched, personally. Oh, then again, he did say it was a couple £100. And I guess that includes the basket. I was processing that as, like, the entire weight of... But enough about that, Sakoyama. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. Crushing a man with a hot air balloon? Far-fetched? No. I feel like it wouldn't be enough weight, but I also don't know how much the basket weighs, you know? What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. In communion with monsters, like, goes crazy for a way to describe a guy driving a hot air balloon. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Hard-ass line. Hard-ass line, and they're, again, talking about a hot air balloon. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. Oops. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the... Shimano! What? It's you who has left yourself open. Fuck you! If you guys haven't seen the original Yakuza dub, you should. It's such a specific energy. It was you who killed the president. What? You're talking about a lion balloon? I wouldn't call this proof either, Edgeworth. Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Oh, he thinks he was so smart for that one. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? It was you who screamed.
Objection!
You seem very keen to stick your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. Stick to your story, even. And no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. Ugh. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection!
Objection? Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would? Do balloons just, like, drop like stones like that? I mean, like, I'm thinking... This is gonna be such a stupid reference. Have you guys seen the hot air balloon scene in Bridgerton? There's, like, a rogue hot air balloon that's, like, about to hit people. And, like, the speed it's going at, I could totally believe in that, like, hitting people. Right? And it, like, being harmful. But, like, I'm trying to picture dropping one... And it, like, looks a little silly. Just turn off the heat. It still takes a second, though, right? Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't. It's not like an airplane. I guess if the entire... Just turn off the heat is really funny. I mean, like, I guess if you manage to completely deflate the balloon, but, like, how fast can you deflate the balloon? Right? Like, I cannot picture this in my mind. This, too, is the Tarkin Massacre. Wow, you're really losing your Dutch. Look again. It's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day.
April 5th. That was yesterday. Which means...
And nobody's ever heard of forging an autopsy report. I always thought Simeon landed specifically the basket on him, and that's not very big, so it'd have to drop quickly to not give time for Wong to move. Right? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it had to have been the basket. I'm sure the rest of the balloon also came with, but, like, to be fair, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm unsure. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be, you know, like, larger than him, because his entire body was crushed when he's, like, starfished out. I don't know. I, like, can't picture this in my head. Exactly. Means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. Poor Sean. All right, Sean. It's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I heard he told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know. Because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide of the mark? I guess I'll just chalk this up to some kind of Looney Tunes situation and move on. That's fair. I mean, they do mention projection. Yeah, fuck. They do mention that it is a multiple 100-pound balloon, which I believe. It's just the thing of, like, I feel like it would float down very gently. It's like, I can't picture it falling, you know? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? I mean, like, yeah, probably. Do I remember what that is in the court record? No. Oh, and what was that other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? Stick him in the fridge. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. Yeah, the king of put them in a fridge. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. I love how it is like the most easy to think of way of tampering with the time of death, and like that's the hint that we're going for, you know, instead of like, oh, here is this other. I mean, to be fair, anything else would probably be too complex for a visual novel, but like, you know, Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. Damn, they really look like each other. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too.
How can you say that? He was your father. So scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. How are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
So did he intentionally model his hair after Artie, or no, they look exactly like each other. Also, it's been more than 10 minutes. So I'm going to see if I can switch back. Oh my god. It froze again, but in the opposite direction. Well, now I know what the fix is, at least. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, guys. Guys, help. Huh? No? Guys, help. I disappeared. Guys, help, I disappeared. Hold on. What the hell? Forcibly assigned Kazuma Asogi by Fujitech. Huh? Did we get it? No, he's not like up like the actual asset is like not working. Hello? No. Oh no, did a cat come through here? Actually, can I switch back to Cosmo for a second? Because I want to show you guys what the... Will it let me? It won't let me switch back to Cosmo either. Okay, wait. Cosmo mode? If I'm stuck as Cosmo the whole time, it would be funny. New reward dropped. Invisible Julie. No. What is happening? Can I switch back? Am I stuck being invisible? Worst case scenario, we can bring back Disco Queen. We can bring back Disco Queen Twyfairy and it'll be fine. Worst case scenario. Oh my god, we may have to. We may have to emergency Disco Queen. Which is an extremely funny set of words that I just said. Yeah. How bizarre. I am sorry, I broke everything. Fujitech has been very weird lately. Okay, you know what? We're gonna emergency Disco Queen. That's the solution. Panic at the Disco PNG now. How's about that airline food? How y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight? Oh no. Hold on. Now, why is my keyboard? Why is my control key stuck? Is the real question. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, it'll be Disco Queen time, and that will simply be how things run. The ad break wants to come faster, so it'll mask some of my my cringe veil moments. It's okay. We like Disco Queen Toy Fairy in this house. At least I do. Where did I put her is the real question. She's somewhere in here. There she is. This being over dead silence really is making it too. Like, there's no music or anything. It's just complete silence. Game capture. Ah! That's the wrong background. Not the full screen. Hold on. Good lord. Aha. There we go. Just kind of stick her in the corner. Now, the really fun thing is with this, I can still do. Why is he not working? I can briefly switch into Cosma. There we go. Okay. We're good. We're so back. We're fine. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Animorphs? Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. He's a bitch, you're a bitch. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did. That's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Gumshoe is also in this scene. A refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw out the time of death? And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. Do we have to pick it on the map? We already said the... Oh, wait, I don't remember where the... Oh, it's in Sunshine Depot, right? Logically. I don't remember. More fridge than Lady B... You needed to keep the body cool somehow. And you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? We're talking about kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now? Because as much as you may wish you had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in the refrigeration. I love dangle rompers. The same refrigeration in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. Turn the game audio way up. I don't know how I did that. But hopefully it's back to normal now. Okay. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? Same as the animal who abandoned me? I don't know how it did that, but cool. We love to see it. We love to see the stream happening. Sorry about that. Anyway. A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection.
Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I can never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection.
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? Your PC wanted you to hear more Pursuit 2011? Yeah. That's not a product of your daddy issues? I don't know what is. That's crazy! That's crazy! Janet! Janet Sue! That's despicable! That's incredible. Wow. Like, that is a bold line to choose to say. It was good, though. Janet said, let me say the theme of the game aloud. Real. Every day, I love the Ace Attorney localization. Every day of my life. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Playing his dad's theme over this is crazy. Or should I say... I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavel. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof. Of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait. Are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Never. I would never do that. Ugh, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? But only when the truth suits you, huh? I'm actually gonna really briefly shuffle my windows around a little bit. Give me like 2 seconds, folks. Okay, cool. We love to see it. All of the settings on my PNG disappeared. It's fine. Big step ass lead sin. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? Speaking of pigs. Oh, that was a very funnily timed. I didn't mean... Well... Interpret that how you will. And that's why I had to get revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. A guard, winner, now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence. Even just one piece. One piece. All right, it's been fun. But it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free. If you'll finally admit defeat. Who wants to join the scene now? Who was that? The One Piece is the friends we made along the way. Gumshoe! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Ami, where have you been?
I too am in this scene. I've been doing my job just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. Dick moment. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? Had them look into a few things real quick, sir. About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered too. Very big circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
You fool!
Simeon, you're scaring me.
Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. Ugh. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. That's where they keep tanks and tanks of Max's milk. Thank you for that. I loved reading that. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. See, it's funny because you have white body paint on. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. I can think of something. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Balloon.
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. Instant variation, yeah. The balloon again. You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? I know.
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then I'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
Sure is. I'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
Yellow stuff.
Whatever they said, we believe in you, Miles Areno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. Greg moment, and you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present. President? Yeah, that too. I too am in the scene, once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. Look at her, she's wicked. Shonen protagonist, I can't hold all this milk. Shonen protagonist's friends smile and step forward. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? Fuck, where is it?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. popular flower back in Zhengfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that'll be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The President held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? That's a very sweet sentiment, right? But the guy who held on to them is the body double. The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. He looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow. He's not even named, right? Yeah, he doesn't have a name.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Sean is so fucking cute. It's a shame he's insane. Okay. What 13-year-old isn't crazy? Very punished snake. Huh? Emma. Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Also, I like Saint. He's handsome. Okay, real. I got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. What? And there we have it. You murdered the president. And this murder you carried out yourself. No, Look at this. No. You crushed the president with that balloon. Does Saint remind you a bit of Joker? Okay, you know what it is? That, like, I didn't want to say earlier because it seems like too cliche of a comparison, but why not? Simeon Saint walked so Jinx could run. Like, actually. He reminds me a little bit of Jinx. Specifically, you know, the Arcane one. I still need to watch the second season of Arcane, but it's a similar crash out. I feel, and also they both have a kind of clown adjacent thing. I think the Jinx like paint motifs would fit very well for Simeon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. The Simeon Saint crazy glue is just normal glue. Why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Jinx is hot. I love crazy girls. I don't want to fix them. They can break me. Jesus Christ, man. Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So, while returning to the big building to drop off the body again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused, and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Ugh. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him, so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lower the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used... Oh, that's not how I pictured it at all. I thought we just landed and, you know, removed him from the body like a normal person. He was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No, how did you... Wait, what? That would... Okay, that feels a little silly. I don't remember that at all. How did you see through it all? How? How? Literally everybody is in love with Verity Gavel. We know this. It's not just you, Steve Dreamer. We're doing great. You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. Not to be super morbid, but a dead body would look very limp while being lowered like that. Exactly. Also, actually, speaking of, not to be morbid, so I know I'm not alone in this because my close good friend Cinna said the same thing. In AA3, in Bridge to the Turnabout, they mention that the dead body in question, I'm gonna like not delve too much into spoilers for this, even though if you played Investigations and not Trials and Tribulations, you should rectify that. Verity Gavel is very pretty, but not to be so morbid, but the dead body in Bridge to the Turnabout is swung across a ravine and is mentioned to have bruises that are that would be akin to falling from a second story window, right? And you get to a point where you find out, oh, that's because she swung, like the body swung up high enough. Like the momentum carried it high enough to like a second story window, like fall level of force, and dropped. Me and my close good friend Cinna processed it the entire time as, oh, her body hit the side of the cliff and smacked like into the cliff multiple times on the way up, and that's where that's from. Which is not correct at all. So we just really imagined the death much worse than it was. How do you feel about Eustace? I love him and love his character growth. Me too. I really love Eustace. There's a stream highlight that's like 20 minutes long on my Twitch of just me talking about like the relationships between parents and children, but a lot of it is focused on Eustace and the fact that the scene where he is found, there is really not like it's what am I saying here? It's really a sad moment for him. I really think his mind chess is the best use of mind chess in the entire series, and I don't really like. I don't think the addition of mind chess was necessarily like necessary for the gameplay, and I'm not like a huge fan of the Investigations gameplay mechanics, but in that moment, like that's one of the strongest moments across the duology for sure. So I just started mortuary school. That's cool as fuck. And like, I'm pretty sure dead bodies don't bruise like alive ones do. The blood's not pumping anymore, but you know, I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the bruises, like the leading theory was she had been killed and then pushed out of a building. So it wasn't like a case of like whether she was dead or alive. I just pictured it as her smacking into the cliff multiple times instead of falling. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Monkey and Isaiah. They thought you were their friends, but you're not. They're mad and sad all at the same time.
Mood matrix moment. Stop it. Stop looking at me like that. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. They really did a good job making Blaze so hittable. Yeah, Excelsior's fucking winner, man. Sorry, we're localization name truthers in this house, but he really is like horrifying. I really think Investigations 2, Daddy Issues the game. No, literally. Like another good chunk of my like 20-minute rant there is that like he is such a failure as a parent. Because this game really examines the different kinds of parental relationships that parents and children can have. I didn't even play the fan translation. How did I do that? It happens to the best of us. Famed Capcom creator streamer Twi Fairy. No, I do genuinely really like like the localization names. I think Excelsius Winter is a little bit better than Blaze to Best as a name choice. There are some where I think the fan translations did a better job, but like Excelsius Winter is one of the ones that I'm like, yeah, the official localization, that was a solid choice. Tabby Lloyd is another one where I was like, oh, that's good. Anyway, both are really phenomenal with what they do. But anyway, yeah, like he's such a failure as a parent. Like if Gregory and Miles are supposed to be like the ideal of I brought it up a couple times. Excelsius is such a douchey, ostentatious name. Exactly. Plus it has Celsius in it. It's good. It's good. Anyway, like if the ideal parental relationship shown in this game is that in the case of the Edgeworths and Samson and Judy, if the case of the ideal parental relationship in these games are that both parties are just like full of gratitude for the other person and everything that the other person has done in their lives, then the issue with Excelsius and with Eustace, oh god, they both have E-names too. I didn't even notice that. Huh. No, that's good. The issue with Excelsius and with Eustace is that there is nothing to be grateful for. Excelsius does not appreciate his son whatsoever. He is tearing him down at every possible moment. And Eustace shouldn't be grateful for anything his father has done for him, because anything his father has done to like help Eustace throughout his life and throughout his career has been built on lies. He hasn't done anything like good for his son. There's nothing to be grateful for. Kay and her father was also a good dad-daughter dynamic. Yeah, I really wish that had been explored more in this game than in the previous game, but I understand, like, there's no reason to do it again. I think if you had cut out Long's, like, parental relationship, because I really feel like it's a little more tacked on, if you had replaced that with Kay and Byrne Faraday, that would have been good. The only official name I can think of that I don't like as much or more than the fan translation counterpart is Rocco Carcerado. I like Rocco Carcerado. I like J.L. Bird. Like, it rolls off the tongue better. Excelsius would totally give his son a name that is vaguely reminiscent of his own while being still close to useless. Exactly! I love Eustace Winter as a name. I love that name. I did really like Sebastian de Best, but I ran into a problem where for some reason I was like, these are both dying Victorian child names. I would confuse Simon and Sebastian constantly. I cannot explain it any other way. Like, it must have just been, I was like, these are both dying Victorian child names. I'm gonna confuse them the whole time. He like actively inhibited Eustace from becoming better by buying his way through school. Exactly. Here are your favorite assistants. Mine are Kay and Susato, though I do love Trucy and Maya. Susato, without question, Susato. Absolutely, 100%. I think she is the best one, like skill-wise. And I just, I like felt a connection with Susato playing that I didn't necessarily get with the other weird girls, as it were. I do really love the other ones. Like Emma is one of my favorite characters. I think personally, it's just a case of Susato and her story resonate more with my personal experience, you know? Kay with Little Thief is also pretty clutch in terms of skills. Yeah, I don't like the Little Thief portions that much. They're not for me. The exception to this is in the stage play. In the stage play, it's the best thing ever. I would constantly call Simon Blackquill. Yes, I would call Blackquill Sebastian on accident. Not Simon Keys. I would call Simon Blackquill Sebastian on accident. Trucy, in my opinion, is the funniest. I would agree with that. Oh, other, I guess you could count them as assistants. Pearl. Pearl is one of my favorite characters in the mainline series. For sure. I love her dearly. I also love Athena. I hope Ace Attorney 7 is all about her, but knowing Capcom, they won't do it. I know. Athena's really great. I've only seen her a little bit. Folks who were watching on Twitch, if you scroll down to my like recommended streamer section, Tuxedo Max and I, along with our close good friend Cinna, stream Dual Destinies on most Fridays when we're available. Poor Max and Cinna are suffering slightly because they are both very educated in the psychology field. Cinna having a master's and Max currently going for his PhD. But what was I going to say? Like, I definitely don't have that training. My psychology education goes as far as, I mean, like, I've been ethically certified to run participant interviews and studies, but honestly, that might be expired by now because it's not the work that I do. But yeah, I know pretty minimal psychology comparatively, but it's funny. Yeah. Athena is a great lawyer, and the Mood Matrix is my favorite gimmick, better than the bracelet of the Magatama. I've been having a lot of fun with the Mood Matrix. Like, actually. I also really like the bracelet, though. Psychology is when you have 4 emotions and they go bleep bleep. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I just realized the screen has been paused on Perhaps They Will When You Finally Stop Clowning Around this whole time. And I've been clowning around. We're doing great, guys. I hope you guys are ready for Great Ace Attorney streams to be this constantly. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. Brutal. I don't... Get away from me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. Are you streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles after this, or have you already done it? I am streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles after this. Oh god, I didn't read that. It's fine. I'll give it a second. Hi, man. But that man, he helped me. Candace was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I use people? I had to. Why is it auto-playing so fast? Ow, that hurts. Stop it. You... No! No. No! All right, once Simeon returns from the land beyond, I will explain. Why is it auto-playing so fast? There we go. The killer! Okay, while it's paused on the... Can I say the entire Ghost Trick cast is my favorite? You're so right for that. Yeah, I will be starting Great Ace Attorney streams starting next week. So I've streamed it twice already on 2 other people's channels. If you scroll down to my recommended streamers, I've streamed it with Kate and with Max. But I am going to be doing a huge collaborative Great Ace Attorney stream. It is my favorite series ever. So I am going to be streaming it with a very large amount of people. We're going to have rotating casts per case. And I want to do little analysis streams. We're going to be calling it Book Club. Because Sozeki Natsume's family did not ask him to promote literature for nothing. This is all a big trick to get people to read Victorian literature. But I want to focus on like analysis and yapping. I'm not entirely sure how I want those analysis streams to work. I know that I want to do them once per case, but I don't know if I want them to be like before or after the existing streams, or if I want them to be like their own separate thing. And Max will be there for 1-3. It'll be exciting. I'm excited to yap with you specifically about McGilded because you really like McGilded. And I also really like that case. But I want to hear you talk about it specifically. This is exactly the level of depth I want for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm so mentally ill about those games. Exactly. Me too. And luckily the majority of the people that I'll be playing with have already played the game at least once. And so there should be some room for some more in-depth analysis. I want the book club sort of streams to be places where people can sort of yap about it without worrying about like, should I not say this because of spoilers? So maybe I will keep that a little bit like away from the main streams. The other things that I want to do are like a couple more like literature and like Sherlock Holmes like focused things. And so like just a lot of playing with the Great Ace Attorney. and what they've given us. It'll be fun. It'll be fun, I promise. It unlocked the Great Ace Attorney for me. I was hooked from the first case, so I can't relate. Sherlock Holmes, who the heck is Sherlock Holmes? Anyway. The Killer! And those should start next week. I'm excited. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now, I am free to... No! Oh, this is cool, HD. Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please. Not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. What a sentence. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied about by the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one could be very unpleasantly surprised. Ugh. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. Ever since I saw The Killer and the On Guard case, I've been fascinated by the character. He's cool. The Killer is so fun. No. I also, like, we don't focus on this enough. Hold on. This is more important. You. It's been a while, The Killer. Step aside. Oh, wait, fuck. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. Oh no, I made their voices too similar. It's too late now. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. While they're in a stalemate that's extremely dangerous, I do want to say, we don't talk enough about the fact that, like, The Killer and Edgeworth are a, like, long-standing rivalry. Edgeworth has been trying to catch this man for years now. Or at least a year. It's very good. Thoughts on Canis? I think he fucking rules. He's so cool. I also think he rules. I just think he's fun. Is it wrong that I feel bad for Simeon? No. I also, like, Simeon is the sympathetic villain. Like, I mean, I'm not a person who dislikes characters for doing bad things, and I've said that multiple times, I think. But, like, beyond that, like, he's sympathetic for sure. Everything has gone wrong for him. He's another case of a parent failing him horribly. Is that 100% of the reason that he's a murderer? No. But, like, it happened to him, and it's awful. And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well. I also like that he does genuinely have a mentor in Canis. It's good to have empathy, and Saint has been through a lot. Yeah. I really like that Canis has this, like, shred of humanity to him. It's not that Canis was trying to, like, use him. It's that, like, what was I gonna say? Canis was not trying to use him. He genuinely saved this boy's life and cares about him. And they kept in contact. What do you think about Damon Gant? He's my favorite Ace Attorney villain, a megalomaniac who had power and thought he was invincible. He's growing on me. Not that I dislike him, but I think I'm about to revisit Rise from the Ashes for something. And I think I'm going to like him more than I initially liked him. I've played Rise from the Ashes like once or I think twice or 3 times. But it was in very quick succession. So like, I think I've taken some time from it. It's been a few years since I played Rise from the Ashes, and I think I'm going to like him more. I really like Ace Attorney villains that are symbols of corruption and like power. And I think, without spoiling the Great Ace Attorney for people, I think like Gant is something they did really well, and Kazunori and Shu Takumi were like, we got to do this again. And I think they succeeded at that and expanding that a little bit more in The Great Ace Attorney. It's a fairly obvious parallel in The Great Ace Attorney, but like still, just in case I won't spoil it directly. I really liked Lana and our symmetry with Mia. Yeah, I really love Rise from the Ashes. Oh, my earbud fell out. I can't hear the cool music. Yeah, generally 9 times out of 10, if you ask me if I like a character or what my like thoughts are on a character that isn't just like Salmonella or something, who's like a joke character, like 9 times out of 10, I will have something good to say about them. An Ace Attorney. I love these guys. I love these pixels. You save a life. Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher himself. We can get to this when you get to the case, but I really want to hear your thoughts on Gant versus the other Gant-like villain. I would love to talk about that, and I will. I promise you. It'll come up for sure in those book club sections, for sure. Did you like Dee Vasquez? I love Dee Vasquez. Because she's pretty, yeah. I love a terrible woman character. Oh no, I didn't read that. I was distracted by terrible women.
Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us.
Like the bond between parent and child, perhaps?
Laugh all you like. I know I would.
Like, this is so compelling. For a spin-off game's not even main villain. Like, it really is just interesting. This is a horrific murderer, and he's like, I came to care about someone. It surprised me too, but I genuinely care about someone, and I would like to say that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that neat? I love it. Laugh all you like, I know I would. They cooked with these characters. The characters in this game specifically are so good. So good.
But I would respectfully request that you spare him.
Like, this is so cool too, that this is crazy death battle here. This is a crazy team up. What's your consensus about Long? I love Shilong Long so much. I love that they are in this stalemate. They are trying to kill each other. They are some of the most dangerous murderers on, like, known to man right now. And he is asking for, out of respect, for him to spare this boy that he cares about. It's so good. It hits so hard. For what reason? I also have a certain killer from The Great Ace Attorney that I really love. So I am particularly receptive to the man who kills people via dog. I think it would be a tie. Oh yeah, totally. They're evenly matched, no question. Anyway, I love Shilong Long so much.
As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live.
And this is a crazy ask, too. This goes against the killer's code entirely. This would be a fun cosplay as a side note. Like, probably not for me, because, like, facial hair plus a split dyed wig is, like, kind of a lot. But, like, this would be such a funny costume to wear with, like, the festival jacket. It's cute.
Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you.
And he's willing to break his code for that. Isn't that crazy? Wow. How neat is that? I thought Long was a prick in the beginning, but then I realized he was just incredibly based and he believed in Sheena. Yeah, he's cool. And I think that's the journey you're sort of supposed to go on with Long. Same with Verity. I trusted both of them. I figured there was something else going on. Wait, look at the snake. Look at this really big snake. How cute. I like snakes. This is a very big guy. This is a very big guy. Yay. Guys, it's the speckled band. Anyway.
Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another.
I wish they were blocked a little bit better, staged a little bit better here. Gonna head to bed, Julie. Enjoy the rest of Ace Attorney Investigations too. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I do wish they were, you know, blocked across from each other. That'd be cool. The killer never breaks a contract. You can tell how much he respects Candace. Yeah! Oh, shit. No. Get back here. Oh, there he goes.
You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right. I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure waits.
I also love a character who's he's in here for brutal murder, but he's so chill. Also, that dog always a good boy. Helmet is a good boy.
Doesn't it, Helmet? Yes, yes it does.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's just doing his job. Look, we're giving him pets.
Oh, hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? This is crazy also.
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case...
Sean, no.
You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it. Verity and Sean, she really loves him, yeah. She's a good mom.
Please, Sean, I beg of you.
At least I did until just now. Thank you for following, Sea Trooper. I would have done anything to make you pay. Oh shit, I went past it. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean!
Saint, don't corrupt the young pup. But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. And they worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah. Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. He's a good kid. He's a good kid. It's also, I don't, there is a certain someone in the Great Ace Attorney who was around the same age when he also swore revenge. And let that corrupt him for 10 years. And this little guy chose not to do that. And it's a very smart thing of him to do. I won't ever forgive you, but I should. Oh, I already read that book. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow. You may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. Speaking of the Great Ace Attorney, what did you think about Cosmo's deception? Will you get in detail on that? Yes, of course. I have a lot of thoughts about it. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. I'm gonna keep from getting too detailed because a lot of people watching this and watching on the VOD are not going to be entirely familiar with the spoilers. But I think about it a lot. I have a very strong thesis on that specifically. There's one thing I enjoyed, someone yapping about Cosmo. I could do an entire, one of those yapping streams on just Cosmo Asogi if I wanted to. I might also, do, a question box and have people, ask questions that they want to see answered and, see if there's discussion that they want me to do. Especially if I do bring on guests for that. It'll probably just be whoever's available for those. But I might take questions, especially if they get enough viewership that there are people willing to ask questions. It'll be fun. I'd like to also hear you compare Phoenix and Ryunosuke. I would love to talk about that. Ryunosuke I could also talk about for ages. I love him. I love Phoenix too, but Ryunosuke is a very like everything I love about the Great Ace Attorney feels very personal to me because a lot of my experience as someone who's Asian diaspora really like it really resonates with me in that game and like what it feels like to be living in a world that wasn't built for people who look like you. And that's so much of what the Great Ace Attorney is about. So I could talk about that for ages. And I think a lot of that is what Ryunosuke's experience is versus Phoenix lives in a world where that, luckily, is not his main issue. And I think that's where their core differences come from.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Our home? What I don't like about the original Phoenix trilogy is how they insist it happens in America. They embrace Japan and the Great Ace Attorney. I disagree. The first game was localized by different people than who did the rest of the localizations to this day. I disagree in that even for Japan, the legal system is not one-to-one. It is a fantastical one. And the current localization team who has done all of the Ace Attorney games from 2 onward were given a game that was localized in an era where that was the correct thing to do. The assumption was made for like, and I want to do like a video essay on this, but like the assumption was made that in cases of things like 4Kids and like old anime dubs, I think the assumption was that children won't be able to wrap their heads around the cultural differences, or that children or like audiences who aren't familiar with Japanese culture might not be able to say the names or understand the cultural changes without like a book to cross-reference, right? Did you see the Phoenix and Apollo meme where Phoenix is holding sushi and he's like, eat your burgers, Apollo? See, like my thing about that is that from onward after the first game, there is an effort, even in the first game, there is an effort made to acknowledge the Japanese heritage of the characters. The thing with mainline Ace Attorney is that there's no emphasis on nationality, whereas it's really prevalent in Great Ace Attorney, exactly. And the thing is, like, it is now canon because of that Phoenix Wright, the localized character Phoenix Wright, who lives in America, has to be of Japanese descent. There is no way around that anymore. He has to be of Japanese descent if he's related to Ryunosuke, right? And so that culture is a part of him, even if, like, they were to theoretically, and they don't do this, I think, even if Capcom were to theoretically be like, hey, from now on, can we just like gloss over any Japanese references? Can we just like erase that? And I don't think that's what they do. Because there is like some effort to translate things in a way that the like Japanese terms are still used. For example, every Japanese word used in the Great Ace Attorney, they'll say things like a zabuton cushion, so that you know zabuton means cushion. Then why did they insist the game happened in America? That's what I have a problem with. Just embrace Japan from the beginning. It was like a different team that did it. And like, it's harder to retcon from the second game onward than to start with the first game, right? And again, it was a different time. The 2000s, that was like what was considered acceptable. It's less of a like thing now. Oh my God. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Tayoshi Yudo. Thank you for the raid. There's 2 raids today. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I said I was going to introduce myself more often. I was like just doing a deep dive on like the sociopolitics of localization, right? But hi, I'm Julie, aka Twyfairy. My PNG's all broke, so currently I look like Yakuza 0 Disco Queen. I like story-heavy games. For example, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which we are about to wrap up here. And I like going on very long tangents about things like story analysis and Japanifornia. Yes, we were discussing Japanifornia. So basically, if I understand you, it was localized to America because the US audience couldn't relate to Japanese characters, or am I off base? I think that was what was assumed by executives at the time. I don't think that's how things are localized today. And I think that's a very good sign. I think, like, for example, what I'm saying here, and like, again, you don't have to be happy with this decision. I, in an ideal world, would love to have seen like a fully Japanese, like, translation, but that isn't what we started with, right? So we have to work with what we have. But I think if the Great Ace Attorney had come out in the 2000s, they simply wouldn't have localized it for that reason. I feel like everyone knows about Ace Attorney being set in America from like outside sources, since they rarely ever mention it in game, at least in the beginning. Yeah, actually an interesting fact about that is that like the Japanese version doesn't take place in a specific city, but Ace Attorney in English does take place in Los Angeles, which is like interesting. It's one of those things of like, it's like they wrote themselves into a corner by choosing to localize the first game like that and then handed it off to new people, right? And the people who are still doing it now have to write themselves out of this corner. And I think they've done a really good job writing themselves out of that corner. Did you watch the anime? They do mention LA, if I recall. I don't remember if they mentioned LA. The anime is a little bizarre because the train case episodes reference America and they kind of don't know what to do with it. But I also know that like the anime had to have had different standards with writing the script than the game did, right? You can only like change so much when you're dubbing over an anime versus what you're able to change in a video game. Oh shit, I didn't keep introducing myself. What game is the train case in? It's anime only. It is specifically written from the anime, and that's why you can, it's a little busted. Anyway, I didn't finish introducing myself. Hi, I'm Twiberry. I do streaming. I also am a cosplayer. I do music. I do song covers. I sing on the internet. I do some fan art sometimes. I do some shitposts sometimes. I was just explaining how next week, since I will be finished with this game, next week I will be revealing a brand new PNG tuber model that is better rigged than this one, I promise you. And it will also be the week that I start streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The Great Ace Attorney, I'm going to bring on tons and tons of people to make it a huge like collaborative stream. It should be a really fun project, and I really want to focus on like analysis and yapping about things like this, about localization and what different character relationships mean and what different story beats can mean, narrative critique, narrative analysis. And I want to spend some time doing what I want to call book club streams to get to talk a little bit more in depth about different things about the Great Ace Attorney, because it is my favorite game in the world. It should be fun. Hopefully I'll be able to like open the floor for questions, as it were, for these streams. Anyway, I like this model. She's cute. Thank you. I like smashed through this art very quickly because I needed to do it for my cover of Koi no Disco Queen from Yakuza 0. And I thought she was cute, and we started streaming Yakuza 0 on Wednesday, so I was like, I just want to use this as my like PNG tuber for those streams. And I really like her. She's fun. I might keep using her for Yakuza 0 even when I switch to my full model. Anyway, I've been yapping for ages. Let's keep going.
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. I need to keep drinking water. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. Oh no, guys, are you ready to cry? So I'm gonna snooze the ad, actually, just in case. So the flashback case in this game made me like really tear up in a way that the original fan translation didn't. And I think part of that might be that I got more attached to the characters. And another part of it that like might be that it was just written in a way that hit me harder. So there's a chance I start tearing up at this too.
Here's one problem I have with Edgeworth representation. He's too perfect, never makes a mistake, and has no flaws. Very different than the trilogy where he makes a lot of mistakes. I would disagree and say that he makes a ton of mistakes when you're playing as him. Though I do have some issues with character consistency in the investigation series.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
That was the only case in any game where I actually cried. I cried a lot for, I mean, not like a lot, but like as far as which cases make me cry. Oh wait, let me get this really quick. Wish I could stay for this, but I'm so exhausted and need to sleep. Good luck with the finale. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you for the raid. Anyway, the cases that made me cry the most, the ending of the first Great Ace Attorney. The second Great Ace Attorney ending also got me, but definitely like the ending of the first one made me like cry.
What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here?
Francisca crying made me shed a tear. Yeah, I love her.
Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved.
Huh?
Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I am a prosecutor no longer.
I still can't believe you did that for me.
A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally. And that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has forever been burned into my memory. As strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. That man mentioned. Mine lies elsewhere.
Do you like Kay? Yes, I do like Kay.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was.
Welp. And I guess that's that. Typing whelp is really fucking funny.
I'm sorry.
Oh no. I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up.
It is.
Why do they never mention Phoenix by name? I never understood that. My guess is they're trying to distance it from the main line a little bit. That's my only guess. All right then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't go up and crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members.
I understand.
Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
You once asked me something, Fender.
I think it's really funny and very in character for Edgeworth to only refer to Phoenix as Batman in its head. It's very funny, yeah. Like, I would at least consider you guys close friends at this point. Come on, man. During Pride Month? Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor.
That was a good phrasing choice.
Can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to live in believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. to fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself.
Oh, that was evil. I forgot they did that. That was the number in Phoenix's phone to say like Miles, and Edward's his Phoenix number under that man.
Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option.
The white flash is so diabolical.
But I doubt even you imagined that body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police.
No. I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand.
He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him.
I really like this framing of it, where it's like it's kind of the issue with Edgeworth's what am I looking for? Like his personal creed is that sometimes it goes too far into, well, I want to fix the system from the inside, which is like kind of a like not always great motivation. It sometimes works in fiction, but yeah, it's a little too idealistic. But I think they frame it well here, where it's like he's like, the problem was not that Simeon Saint was like this unsolvable problem of, oh no, some people are just bad. Simeon was failed by a parent and was also failed by the law. And Edgeworth is acknowledging it was very, very easy for him to become the exact same type of person. It's not like he isn't immune to becoming that villain. It could happen to anybody. And he wants to help at least make the system something that can have faith in it. And Max is gone now, but it's one of those things that leads very well into Dual Destinies, because Dual Destinies' main issue is that people no longer have faith in the law. And Edgeworth is in a position where he can work on that problem.
And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in doing so, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You can say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor? A custodian of the law? I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn.
Very Miles Areno. I like it. You know it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Your Emma and Francisca cosplays are great. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. Ooh, fuck. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. This whole ending scene really hammers home how good a character Edgeworth is. Yeah.
All right, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoot. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
I do too. That would be really sweet.
You know, narratively. Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. Oh, damn it. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Okay, damn. Okay, they fixed it. Why do you think Manfred adopted Miles when he killed his father and hated the man? Did he want Miles to grow up with him and that was his ultimate revenge? I think it was more that he was very scared of not having control over a portion of the case. Edgeworth was collateral damage. I think he chose to adopt Edgeworth because he couldn't let that one thing slip. He couldn't have that one bit of perfection ruined. If Edgeworth were to be raised by someone else, what about the odds that he might stumble upon the truth himself? You know?
Not at all. I was never truly alone.
Ultimate control and perfection, exactly.
That's right. You had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
I guess he trusted that he'd brainwash Edgeworth into never perusing the truth of that case, but if I was Manfred, I'd just push him to not go into anything law-related instead. Yeah.
As will I.
I think maybe at that point it goes into what Saint Dreamer was talking about, where he wanted that ultimate revenge. And it became more about, like, Gregory's memory and tarnishing it.
You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavel. I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they they rage, they smile. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. Manfred is a better father than Blaze, and I believe he loved Franziska. I do believe he loved Franziska. What was I going to say? I don't think he was a good father, but they're like the gap between Excelsius Winter and Manfred von Karma is there's a gap there. I don't think he was nearly as horrible. I do not think he was a good parent. And I talk a little bit about that in that like 20-minute rant that I have in my highlight reel. Where like, I wish they would go into it a little bit more here, where like, it's the thing that I mentioned of like parental failure. Von Karma failed his daughters, he has two, presumably, and Edgeworth as well. He failed these people as a parent by not being the person that they needed him to be. He was a murderer, and he still raised these people, and he raised them with such an impossible standard of perfection too. Can you imagine the pressure Franziska was in, having to live in her father's shadow and also carve her own path in law? Exactly. I don't think carving her own path in law was even a thought in her mind until she was older. Arguably until Justice for All, because she's following her father's footsteps for so long, and then her father gets sent to jail for killing her adoptive brother's father. And then she has to like mourn Miles in a way too, even if she like 100% knows he's not, you know, actually dead. She still has to chase that now, and that's kind of what the post-credit, the like epilogue scene with her and her crying is about. Like, she doesn't want to be in a shadow. Do you think she ever saw Miles' family? Yeah, I think they were siblings. I think they were always siblings in her mind. I don't think there was any way around that. I mean, she says as much. She calls him her little brother. I don't think she's being disingenuous about that. I think she loves him like a sibling. 100%. They grew up together. She was like, what, 3 years old when he was adopted, I think? She doesn't really have much memory of life without him. Yeah, totally. Anyway. I'm not exactly sure how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights.
She absolutely loves him like a sibling, but Manfred's parenting made it so she doesn't express familial love in a completely healthy way. Yeah. In the anime, when they show Franziska in the limo the first time when she met little baby Franziska was so cute. Yeah, I don't think she was nearly that articulate, but yeah, it's also the thing of like, in the first Investigations game, they have to compete. Literally, they have to compete for his affection. And I think for Franziska, without how young she is, she's 13. Like, yes, she's framing it like a competition, and that's what she's saying, but she's just excited to spend time with her older brother. But she can't say that. Right? She has to play along with the competition, even if she's not like, even if she's not like, oh, I have to play along, even if that's not at the forefront of her mind. She does have to. I think they also like totally, the three of them together, I think they totally had normal moments as a family. The anime has a really good, I don't want to call it a filler episode because it's kind of not, but there's an episode where they go to the mall together. It's very cute. And I think it's like a really solid depiction of what their like normal everyday family life was. It's also, oh my god, you know what the anime does so well about Franziska and Edgeworth's relationship? It blew my mind that the case Gregory died over was shown in game. Yeah. It is the bold choice to make, and they did it really well, I think. The thing that I really love about Edgeworth and Franziska's relationship in the anime is in that episode that I was describing, it sort of shows like a scenario where Edgeworth does a very good deduction, and Von Karma, you can sort of notice Von Karma's mindset on Edgeworth change to, oh, this isn't just Gregory's boy. This is a potential protege. I don't have to wait for Franziska. I can work on this. And it's really funny because the way that they show this is they show it as Von Karma putting a cravat on Edgeworth. Yeah, potential successor. And what I think is really great about that scene is that as that's happening, Franziska is looking at them both and she looks so happy. She looks so happy that Edgeworth is getting that acceptance from her dad. She looks so happy for him and so proud of him. Like, I was blown away when I first played the game. I like knew sort of going in, like I was sort of familiar with DL6 just through osmosis because I grew up around people who liked Ace Attorney. And I was on the internet, so like I sort of knew the Von Karma situation. So I got to the second game and I was absolutely blown away to realize there was just genuine love from Franziska for her brother. It wasn't like I thought it was going to be more of the like, not to say tsundere because that kind of implies something romantic, but like I thought she was going to be much more like, yeah, I thought she was going to have more of a facade about it. I thought she was going to be a bit more mean about holding any care for her family, but she is like open about it from the get-go that she cares about Edgeworth. And like that is her motivation in that game. I was absolutely like just so surprised that that was the direction because I thought for sure it was a more distinct rivalry. But that's not what it is. Like Franziska is a kinder person than I would have assumed. And she cares a lot. In case 2 of that last game, when Franziska first comes into the case, she demands Edgeworth explain the facts of the case through a testimony proving that he's not the killer. And I like to think that that's not actually Franziska thinking that Miles is the murderer, but that they communicate the facts to each other best like that. That's a really good, I like that. I also think there's a moment in Bridge to the Turnabout where it's like right after the earthquake happens. An earthquake happens and Edgeworth reasonably has a panic attack, basically. He has a trauma response and he accidentally lets a suspect roam around. And he immediately goes into the self-loathing about it. He's just like, I can't believe I let myself do that. I am doing this out of a stupid fear that I haven't gotten over. I am totally irresponsible. And the first thing she does is she like gets his attention. I'm pretty sure it's like a whip crack because it's Ace Attorney 3. And it's a silly, goofy game. Yes, she forces him to take a breather. She says, like, stop, go outside, take a breath, which is crazy. Like, it's so good. Oh no, the ad is going to start no matter what. It's fine. It's fine. I'll keep yapping. Yeah, Franziska puts up this femme fatale dominatrix facade, but deep down she's a good person. I think even like femme fatale dominatrix is a bit of a stretch. Like, I think she's trying to act tough, and I think she's trying to act as infallible as she perceived her father as. And she's only 18, guys. I think she's 17 or 18 when I think she's 18 when she first shows up in 19 in 3. She's really young, which like in America, technically that's a grown-ass adult, but also like freshly 18 and a lawyer is crazy. Also like at the time the game was written, this isn't like, you know, this isn't like a switch goes off in your brain the moment you become a legal adult, but like 18 wasn't considered an adult in Japan at the time. She became a prosecutor at 13, right, exactly. Which, you know, is supposed to be a kind of cartoonish exaggeration to make the setting, but she's really young. I didn't like how she took advantage of Adrian, though. Don't abuse vulnerable people. Codependency is a real thing. Yeah. I think a lot of Adrian and Franziska's like thing in that case is like it being a little dated. You know, I don't think if they had written the same case today, it would have used the exact same words. I think there's a way to interpret how they end up at the end of the case as something much better for the two of them. She like is actively trying to make amends for any harm that she did for Adrian is how I see the ending of that case, which is nice.
Mr. Edgeworth, There is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean.
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get. No matter how formidable one's opponent. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them. For Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important to me than the words of the goddess.
It's definitely very terrible of her to do that to Adrian, but I feel like from a storytelling perspective, I like that they had her to do something actually morally reprehensible. Like, there's no way she'd be raised by Manfred and never do something cruel in her life, especially at a time where it seems she holds a little bit of admiration for him still. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. She's, like, nothing she does in that case is, like, great, you know? But she still is, in the end, like, not some irredeemable monster. I think of Elle as the character who gave me the biggest change of heart. I hated her, but in the end I adored her. She's a really cool character journey.
Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. But I must grow.
What did I just say? Adrian could have been way more upset about what happened to her. I'll say that. Oh yeah, totally. Multiple times over in that case, goddamn. I love that Adrian is one of the characters that they make an effort to bring back and be like, actually, she's doing really well now. It's very good.
As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. It seems we both have plenty still to learn.
It is nice that Francie taught her how to use a whip. Yeah, I think that was a nice detail.
Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths. And continue to grow as we tread them. Until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
Oh, I love her. She's so cool.
I lost the title of Prosecutor, but now I have regained it. And in doing so, I have oh fuck.
Hold on. It's going so fast. We're just gonna let it play.
Objection!
Okay. Let's yap. Let's yap over the... Oh, I'm gonna have to read the credits parts really fast. What do you think about Fender? He was a naive little boy who became a good mentor to Miles in a way. I have been a Fender defender since the fan translation. I have always liked him. I don't know if I've liked him this much, but I always liked him. Oh God. You don't just hand that stuff over. Not even to your danged apprentice.
Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh?
Well, all right then. Better go track down some leads on that. Oh, fuck. That's the spirit. You go get him, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. And, Sharon, what kind of leads them their leads, Humpy? Huh? But Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief. That's cold. Incredible. Yeah, I love Eddie. He's great. Gumshoe. Vada and Lloyd are fun. Dude, your arm.
My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Never mind about that now. Time to return to the life of... Oh, fuck, ice cream. Perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in.
Oh. I don't remember what his voice was, man. There was something between To Killer and Rook. How did he not recognize To Killer when he first met in this game? They haven't seen each other's faces, technically. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure. I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. A newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now, because I helped warden the guard? I just needed to take the shell off of his jacket. Yeah, that's fair. I don't care about the freaking license. I just want to get out of here. Why me?
I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up the stage and blow away the competition and all those memories with it.
I love Regina. Hey, if you love Regina, you should check out... Oh, fuck. Hold on. If you love Regina, you should check out Turnabout Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical.
18 years ago, I saved the life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon, at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, no they won't.
I love... I love Helmet. And Canis. Canis is fun. Oh, I don't remember what their voices sounded like. I'm just gonna let him sing. I love them. Tangaroa, my god.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
I have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
Not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off.
Oh, I love them. Oh my god, Delisha, I forgot about her. She should be in jail, dude.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Pecknap too, of course. After all, it's all thanks to you that I can eat Sammy Pookle's sweets again.
Oh god.
I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can only eat snacks. So you can get... I'm going to make a fortune.
That did psychic damage to me. She should be in jail. I'm dead serious. Larry! Man, I've met so many beautiful people now. I've drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work. Oh, I missed the word. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. I got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art, or do I follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. Jail for that line alone, geez, no, literally. Bad. Sorry, excuse me. Badster, the Badinator. Seriously, though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy.
You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work.
Yeah, Malzarino chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time.
You come pretty far yourself.
Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad? Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little fender magic? Just say the word. Whoa. That was something. Where's that old man Yowie at? I said old man. Fender's definitely old, only in his 30s. Oh, God, I don't remember. Oh, no, she was like Harley Quinn. Fuck.
Ow! No such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to be out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
I think I switched her to Southern partway through because I realized the grandma was Southern. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I'd better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will. I love Emma. That's also my favorite design for her by far. You prefer detective forensic that. I like her design in this game. Let me read Franziska.
The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. The Eustace winner, was it?
He has chosen his own path now and he will be tested.
Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
Oh, it's really good. I really relate to Emma when she's a detective. But this is my favorite design for her, is investigation. Long!
My father had a secret, bore a burden I could only have imagined. I thought of only of my own family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zheng Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it.
Yay. Apollo Justice Emma is the best, and anyone who thinks she's too mean just doesn't understand her. You're so right. You're so right. I don't care if she's mean. She can do whatever she wants.
I gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him. And better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now first order of business, get a new nickname.
Wait, I wanted to keep giving him head pats. Come back.
Well, it was eventful, to say the least. We got it done. And the movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big Bad Man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Reveal. True face the monster behind Zheng Fa president murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? Why?
Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
I guess. Oh, poor Will. Also, having Penny's name as just assistant is evil. Oh.
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean.
It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part.
The boy who befriended both Taurosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play.
You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick up something before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad.
Of course. And I will buy some too, for Amelie.
Oh.
Fuck. Whew. It's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Ah, I accidentally clicked the wrong window. Whoopsie. Hold on. Alright.
Unbelievably so. But it's so many important cases all come along at once.
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
Oh, Gummy, how could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong.
Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know?
Also, as of 5 minutes ago in Central Time, happy Father's Day, folks.
Trying to become a great thief, just like he was.
The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
Nothing thrives in the shade is very nice. I'm going to be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Every name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay. And you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always.
I'm sure I miss you every day.
I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait. You mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
No way! Go Gummy!
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll let you rest on your laurels. Wait, but don't think I'll be letting you rest on your rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see.
Fender and Judge Gabelle set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path whose end lies in the ultimate truth. I didn't say that right. It's fine. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth. There is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean.
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
Kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help but feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth.
Weh. I care them. Yay, the end. Aw, there's the achievement for Turnabout for the Ages is a bouquet of lion lilies. That's so cute. All right. We've finished Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We did it. There were some Turnabout tech issues on the way, but we did it. I did a lot of yapping and analysis. It was very fun. Any second I get to yap too long about thoughts that are far too deep about lawyer video game, I love getting a chance to do it. All right, it is late, so I don't think anybody is like alive for raid purposes. Overall, did you prefer the first or the second game? Definitely the second. The first is not. My thing is that I'm not like a huge fan of the investigations gameplay, I'm realizing. And it really is kind of the like last few cases doing the heavy lifting on this one for me. But I definitely prefer this one to the first one. There's a lot that I really love about the first one, but this is definitely higher in my brain than Investigations 1. All right. What is coming up? Tomorrow night at the same time at 7 p.m., I am going to be streaming Trials of Innocence, which is a game similar to Ace Attorney from what I can gather from a Chinese dev studio. They reached out to me recently and asked me to stream it, and I will be giving away 2 copies of the game on Steam. So if you would like to enter that giveaway, make sure that you're in the stream tomorrow. What else is coming up? Next week, I will be switching to a more full body model, ideally. Yeah, I should be switching next week, next Saturday. Or the Saturday after that, we'll see. But also next week, I will be starting The Great Ace Attorney. I will be going the first case partially solo before inviting on some guests. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to get to yap a lot. Obviously, I had a lot of fun times yapping today too. So I'm really excited to get to do that for my favorite video game ever. Yeah, Trials of Innocence tomorrow should be fun. I'm so glad people are excited. I really like. It's literally, I think, been 2 years since I first played the Great Ace, 2, 3 maybe years since I first played the Great Ace Attorney. And I'm really happy to be doing it like as an actual stream. I really love that game a lot. It is my favorite piece of media on the planet. I'm very excited to poke at it and like talk analysis and literature and game stuff with y'all. What else is coming up? Wednesdays, I stream Yakuza 0 with some of my friends who are new to the series. Fridays over on Max's channel, that's Tuxedo Max. We stream Dual Destinies along with two people with leagues more psychology knowledge than I have. It's fun. We're currently in the middle of the Monsters Turnabout and we're having a good time. What else is there? Yeah, Saturday should be the Great Ace Attorney. And then Saturday onward, I'm hoping to have a lot of streams to celebrate my model swap. You know, it's not like a VTuber debut the way that one would traditionally think of a VTuber debut, but I'm excited to swap models, and I'm excited to like celebrate that how I can, you know? So hopefully I'll have a couple of additional streams throughout the week that I wouldn't normally have. It'll be exciting. Also, happy Father's Day, if not to you or your family, then to the wonderful parents in this game. Not Excelsior's winner, fuck that guy. All right, let me check one more time if there is like somebody like active that I know of to raid, but I don't think there is. In which case, also thank you both Trav, Dragon Drop It, and Tayoshi Yudo for the raids. Great to have y'all here. Hope y'all enjoyed the Yap session. Yeah, it is pretty late, so I don't think anybody that I know is currently live. Yeah, nobody that I know personally. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna call it a night. If you are not already a part of it, feel free to join my Discord server if you are at least 18 years of age. We do a lot of this analysis yapping pretty frequently, usually for the Great Ace Attorney. And if you would like to keep track of my streams, my cosplays, my song covers, my socials, whatnot, Discord is a solid way to do that. What else is there? If you have not checked it out already, check out my most recent cover on YouTube. I did a cover of Koi no Disco Queen from Yakuza 0 in celebration of the director's cut releasing. And that's where this PNG is from. What else is there to promo? If you don't already own the game, it doesn't work. Are you kidding? Hold on. Is it AAIC? What? What is my command for it? It went by a couple of times. What is it? I guess we'll never know. Anyway, if you don't already own Ace Attorney Investigations, you can purchase it from my Nexus store. Actually, you know what? I can just link my Nexus store. There we go. You can support me by buying games off of my Nexus store. I get a small part of the game cost, and you get a Steam key. It's a win-win. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna try and wrap this up before the ad break. What else is there? It's getting late, so you can tell I'm slightly like coffee. Yeah. If you would like, you can get 5% off at Itasha Coffee with the code Twyfairy or by using my link. Oh, there we go. Play the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. If you haven't played it already, highly recommend picking it up. If you've only played it pre-Investigations Collection, I recommend trying the new version. I really think they've made a lot of really good, like, not really improvements, but they've made a lot of really good choices with how they chose to go about this remaster, as it were. I really had a good time playing it. I'm not much of a game reviewer, but I loved a lot of what the localization did. I think it was really good. I think it was very well written. I really loved the like remastered graphics. I loved the new arrangements for the music. And I love the little like gallery that they give us. It really felt like they were sort of paying tribute to longtime Investigations fans, and it's nice to see Capcom like update some of their older titles so that they're more accessible to play, especially in as many languages as they did. That's like one of the things that I'm really passionate about. Is that there's a lot of languages being added to these Ace Attorney ports that were not originally a part of the like original release of the games, like Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice, Apollo Justice 2, I think, as well as the Investigations collection. I saw a lot of Korean fans talking about how this is the first time that they've gotten it in their language, and they were very excited. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney, guys. Ace Attorney's really good. All right. I'm going to call it a night. I will see y'all in my Discord and on my socials and on this Twitch page later. Have a good night, everybody.